Happy Monday, folks. Happy Monday. I am thoroughly unprepared to start this stream. I have no water. I did just have a sody pop, so I'm feeling pretty good in that department. We left off on a pretty big cliffhanger. I remember where I left off on, Thursday. So hopefully tonight's gonna be kind of a long stream. Uh... okay. Well, I don't know. I'm just gonna jump into it. I have nothing interesting to say right now. Maybe I do want to thumb through some tips a little bit. I'm not 100% sure. I haven't really even thought about Umineko the last couple days. It's a little not very fresh in my mind. So I get to go in with like a clear head, kind of figure out what's going on here in this freaking secret room with the gold, with Ava, with Rosa. And I drop that toothpick on the ground. I have like buttered popcorn. I don't know if I said that already. I'm such a scatterbrain. I can never like keep on top of what I'm saying. God, I can't believe I'm already in the middle of episode 3. Oh my god, the way they're pointing guns at each other. It's been 3 days. Nason, what are you doing in a place like this? That's my line. What business do you have in such a place? These two are about to kill each other for money. I shouldn't have given you that hint, Nason. If I hadn't, I definitely would have been the first to reach this place. Too bad. It seemed that Rosa knew where this staircase went. And that was what was waiting ahead of her. You shouldn't talk. Even though I reached this place before you. I worried too much about that Sweetfish River. That's the Sweetfish part didn't matter much at all, did it? Okay, I'm taking out my notes because that seems important. Like an important little detail to have. Where are we? Episode 3. Oh wait, I have its own tab for the Prophecy of the Witch. Okay. The Sweetfish part is very important. That isn't true. Oh wait, she's disagreeing. It was an excellent hint, wasn't it? Well, of course, maybe there was no need for it to be Sweetfish. But when I heard the Sweetfish that got into the sea, I was able to figure it out. Maybe it's by the beach. Maybe like a hidden cove in the beach? What's inside? Why not see it with your own eyes? It definitely won't betray your expectations. Don't be afraid, Nason. I never had any interest in who becomes the head. I don't even care about the Yoshiramiya family name. Honestly, I actually feel good about you stealing the headship from Kraus Nissan, who's always swaggering around because of it. Are you serious? Of course. I'm the outsider of the Yoshiramiya siblings. Even if father had named me as the next head, there's no way Nissan would accept it. I try not to have such naive dreams. Let me see too, Nason. This proof of your victory. As long as I receive the proper portion that the siblings agreed upon, I plan to actively acknowledge you as the true victor in this game. If you shoot me, then you'll have all this gold to yourself, won't you? The same goes for you. If you shoot me, this gold will all be yours. For a tense moment, the sisters pointed their guns at each other. Eventually, after they sized up the glint in each other's eyes, they lowered their guns. Ava removed her finger from the trigger and held the gun upside down. It was a position that she couldn't quickly shoot from. When she saw that, Rosa held hers the same way. Oh my gosh. That's right. That plan of shooting the other and having all the gold to ourselves is attractive for both of us. But if one of us suddenly disappeared on this island while it's isolated by the typhoon, there would be a huge uproar. If we hid the corpse there, it probably wouldn't be found here. It probably wouldn't be found easily, but we couldn't be sure. No matter how many billion yen worth of gold is on the line, it isn't worth the risk of committing murder. On the contrary, that would give Kraus Niesan and the others ammunition to ring us for all we're worth. I agree. It may have been a blessing in disguise that you're the one who showed up, instead of Nissan or Rudolph. You're the sibling I trust most. Thank you. And you're the sibling I trust most, Nason. I want to see the gold too. Want to have a peek? Now I feel like seeing it again too. Even though I saw it with my own eyes, it still doesn't feel real. Maybe these are the next two that are gonna die, actually. Then... Or maybe she's missing, like, a part of the ritual. Because I don't really think things are gonna end here now that she's found the gold. Like... And really, it has to be asked again, what is the Golden Land? We don't really know what it is. Even though I saw it with my real eyes, it still doesn't feel real. Unless I see it together with you and confirm once more that it actually exists, it feels like the gold will turn to fog and disappear. Ava started descending the staircase once more. However, she didn't carelessly expose her back to Rosa. Even though at a glance it looked like Rosa had lowered her guard, she definitely didn't show any signs of carelessness. Then they reached the room of the witch once more. Rosa also gasped, stunned speechless by the vast amount of gold. Rosa and Ava walked absent-mindedly through the rose garden. They had left the guest house secretly, so they had to be careful when they returned. Okay, so wherever they're going, it's like they're walking through the rose garden to get there. It's kind of tricky because we don't necessarily have like a map of like the Ashiramiya compound with like the guest house and the mansion. Like we don't have a map to the mansion. I think we just got. I didn't even know there were 3 stories to the mansion. I for some reason only thought there were 2. Like I don't really know how big the mansion is. Congratulations, Nason. Thank you. You've decided it, didn't you, Nason? 50% goes to the one bearing the title of the successor to the headship. It certainly worked out well for you. Now that portion isn't Kraus Nissan's. So your share is now 50%, along with a quarter of the rest, for a total of 12.5 billion yen. Isn't that incredible? 2.5 billion is enough for me. Rudolf Nissan won't complain either. Kraus Nissan will probably be the only one to complain. Yeah, you're right. After all, Nissan is the de facto manager of Rokonjima. And since the gold was on these premises, even though I was the first. Okay, gold was on these premises. Hold up. We are taking a. Whoops, let's actually have good caps locks. I wonder what word they used in Japanese, because. Even though I was the first to discover it, things might get complicated if I don't handle it cleverly. It won't get too complicated. Didn't we give it our all in that discussion last night with that in mind? I wonder if it will really go that smoothly. I've already gotten over my excitement. How we manage everything from here on is the real problem. Yeah, I agree with Rosa. I don't really want to be the head. That's too much stress. Everybody wants to kill you, I guess. That's a problem for the new head of the Ashiramiya family. A problem for you to enjoy, Nason. It has nothing to do with me. That's a big talk coming from you. I'll support you as the second discoverer. If you'll at least give me the early payment we decided on. I'd like 150 million yen by March. How much is that? Nope, I can't do the math there. $1 million. It's just $1 million. That's a lot of money. Yes, that will be fine. If you support me, I'll graciously pay you that much. I'm not Nissan. Anyway, why don't we go and shock Nissan and the others? Even if we cover up the actual location, I want to see Kraus Nissan's shocked face as soon as I can. Wait a second, Rosa. Wait a while before telling everyone about it. Huh? Why? You idiot. Isn't it obvious? This is that haughty Kraus Nissan and that sly Rudolph we're talking about. Even if we do announce it eventually, it's certainly too early now. Unless we carefully investigate how to make our next move, it's possible that all the gold we've gotten finally will be snatched away by Nissan. And they both hate their brothers so much. Ava thought she was saying something extremely natural. So when she saw Rosa's expression suddenly cloud over, she was a little surprised. She's kind of intimidating me with that look. What are you unsatisfied about? You know what kind of person Kraus Nissan is. Nason, that's against the rules. What do you mean? Didn't we make a rule that whoever found the gold would announce it immediately? If you hesitate, the foundation of the rules will be destroyed. And that could lead to something worse in the future. I really don't like Rosa being cryptic and scary, because I already have some slight reasons to distrust her. Like, I kind of suspect these two the most out of anyone in the Shiromiya family. So it's kind of, both of these two are already kind of, they both spooked me already. Freaking me out. I can't believe Shannon's dead again. I'm still not over that. With Kraus Nissan as crafty as he is, that violation of the rules will come back to bite you. Don't be stupid. This is Nissan's island. And that gold just now wasn't cash. We're talking about the liquidation of a vast 10-ton mountain, right? I wonder what the volume of 10 tons of gold is. It will take a significant amount of time to carry it off and turn it into cash. And that will only work in Nissan's favor since he has practical control over this island. Except that's not necessarily true if there's a whole other mansion he doesn't know about. But even that's crazy because, like, if they had scouted this island, like whenever they were like doing the building the guest house and like kind of doing research into making it like a resort, how did he miss the freaking mansion sitting on a huge piece of property with like gates sitting like 15 feet high? Okay, maybe I shouldn't suspect Kraus more, but I feel like all of these siblings are super untrustworthy except for like Rudolph. For some reason, I don't suspect Rudolph at all, even though because he's a total sleazebag. Like he just comes across to me as so like obviously like sleazy. Don't wait, did I read that? Okay, I did. Don't you even realize that? I don't like it when you search out each other's weaknesses like that. All I want is to reach a clear decision regarding my 2.5 billion portion. Of course, if you were to give me the 2.5 billion in cash right now, you'd be free to continue negotiating however you like. But until I have my share in my own pocket, I will follow the siblings' rules. How can you be so naive? You don't understand Nissan's craftiness at all. Yeah, somebody's looking a little crafty, Rosa. It wasn't that Rosa didn't understand the craftiness of her older siblings. In that sense, Rosa more or less understood why Ava was being so cautious. But in her heart, she couldn't clear away her suspicion that Ava wanted to keep all the gold to herself. Because she knew that Ava was at least as crafty as her other siblings. Yeah, exactly. She's crafty too. In other words, Rosa wanted to put a stop to any chance Ava had to keep the gold all to herself. By quickly informing the siblings of the gold's discovery. I mean, this is really giving Second Twilight energy with these two. These two are oozing Second Twilight energy. Ellipses. Rosa? sorry, but at least listen to me this once. Are you saying if I don't listen to what you say, you won't be able to get me that 150 million? That isn't the way I wanted to say it. But if you really need that money, supporting me is a more realistic option. If you talk to Nissan and Rudolph, even the portion that's your natural right might disappear. You don't want that, do you? For a while, a severe expression that she'd never shown to her sister before rose to Rosa's face. There wasn't even a trace of her restraint as a younger sister. There was just the ruthlessness. No, the seriousness of a single human arguing about a vast sum of wealth. Ugh, okay. Ava made light of it, chuckling. My. How careless must we be to stay around here talking like this? Even though a frightful murder case has just taken place and the culprit still might be on this island. Oh god, I don't like where this is going. I'm sure it was just the servants play acting. There were no such murders on this island in the first place. I don't know, the red text would disagree. Let me go to my red truths page. Oh. So do you think after all, the circumstances surrounding those 6 deaths shows us that clearly? A crime from the outside couldn't possibly have created those 6 closed rooms. Dr. Nanjo said they were all dead, but that was a lie too. This is all a complicated act that Father cooked up. All of these servants are just playing dead. A murder never occurred in the first place. There's no way that there's a murderer prowling around. Ha. I'm surprised you noticed. You looked pretty scared, so I didn't think you'd figure out so much. I'm good at reading the mood of a situation. I got you to thank for training me so well. That's right. Come to think of it, now that the servants are dead. Almost everyone on this island is a member of the Yoshiramiya family. As for Nanjo, he proclaimed the deaths of the servants. That when the relatives began to discuss the riddle of the epitaph, he disappeared off to the 2nd floor as if he didn't want to get in the way. All of it was an act to get us to try and solve that epitaph. And that's why you need to announce that you're the victor, Nason. There's no way that burnt corpse was really Father. He got a corpse the right number of toes from somewhere and went to all the trouble of burning it in that creepy way of his so we would see it. I'm just surprised that they were able to, like, take off one of the Kinzo's shoes while he was dead. Oh, wait, I don't think Japanese people wear shoes in their house. Never mind. Yeah. Well, maybe because Kinzo's, like, super into Western shit, he is wearing shoes inside. I don't know. Now we're talking some real Umineko crack. I'm sure he's hiding somewhere, watching to see how we'll behave. I'll bet he already knows you reached the Golden Land, Nason. That's why you should announce that you're the winner soon. I'm sure Father will appear out of nowhere to applaud you and proclaim that you're his successor. Then again, I've still got to pester you for that 150 million, so I can't stand against you in any way. So listen to what I say and keep quiet about this to Nissan and the rest. Make your position clear, Rosa. I want to tell them. We made that rule just last night. We shouldn't just throw it away. Of course, I will announce it in front of the siblings. However, I want to closely analyze the situation first. We've got to carry out 10 tons of gold, convert it into money, and distribute it fairly. Until I have proof that I can do all that without Nissan getting in the way, I want some time to think. I only want to postpone my announcement until then. I'm certainly not keeping it secret because I want it all to myself. I don't know, Ava. You'll definitely announce it to everyone sooner or later, right? Yes, of course. Even I want to rub it into Nissan's face as soon as I can. But how much time will you need to think? I won't know that until I've thought about it. Will one night be enough? I can't promise you that it'll only take one night. Out of respect for you, the successor, I'll support you for one night. This year's family conference will end tomorrow morning, and the typhoon passes and the boat comes to get us. That's right, when the seagulls cry. Oh, I love when they say the name of the game. I will remain silent until then. If you still feel you need more time to think after that, then we'll cross that bridge when we get there, okay? I'll support your position to the best of my ability. You really are cunning, aren't you? I'm surprised. Were you always this resilient? I guess it's true that women become stronger when they have a child. I realized that in myself when I had Maria. Understood. For the time being, thanks for your cooperation. We can talk about tomorrow when it comes. Yes, that's right. I'm convinced that you'll become a fair-minded successor to the headship, one who'd never even consider taking all the gold for herself. Isn't that obvious? I will split the gold evenly among the siblings. No way. I found it. Because we solved the riddle of the epitaph. So this gold is all mine. I won't give it up to anyone. I am the head of the Ushiramiya family. I am. The witch inside Ava exclaimed exclusive possession in a loud voice. Of course, that didn't even reach... The witch inside Ava... I mean, this is like the second time an Ushiramiya daughter has been, like, described as, like... No, this is the third Ushiramiya daughter being described as a witch. Maria's been described as a witch. Rosa has been described as a witch. Now Ava's being described as a witch. Coven theory. No, not really. Indeed, I shall acknowledge it. You are the true head of the Ushirimiya family, chosen by the Wishes epitaph. Now I acknowledge it upon my name. You, you are that outfit. You couldn't actually be Beatrice? Maybe Beatrice was happy that Ava. How is this? What is the scene? Maybe Beatrice was happy that Ava had called her by her own name. She cackled cheerfully. In concert with that laugh, gold butterflies crept up as though a storm of gold dust was spinning around the room, and the room shone the color of gold. Indeed, I am the Golden Witch, Beatrice. Cackle, cackle. There is no need to be so frightened. I should just start cackling more. I am praising your exploits. Truly excellent. Imagine that you would spectacularly solve the riddle. Imagine that you would spectacularly solve the riddle of the epitaph. It is worthy of my admiration. You're the one who sent that letter? I'll inherit all the gold of the Ushirimiya family headship, right? You wrote that in your letter. And I overcame that challenge. Indeed, I shall acknowledge it. Right now, all of the gold piled up here and everything of the Ushirimiya family is for you to do with as you please. After all, from this moment on, you are already the Ushirimiya family head. Really? It's true, right? Right? Do not be agitated. I am openly praising you. As proof, I shall grant you this. It was a good neck crack. I really hope the mic picked that up. Beatrice took a ring off her own finger and held it out to Ava. She fearfully accepted it and realized that it was a ring. Could this be? Indeed, the golden ring is proof of the Ushirimiya family headship returned to me from Kinzo. From now on, it is yours. You may place it on your finger and hold it high before your siblings. No one should doubt that you have now succeeded the Ushirimiya family headship. Ava stared closely at the ring. It certainly wasn't a fake. Without a doubt, it was the real thing. She dreamed of receiving this ring someday. Focused on this day over and over again, and it was now finally a certainty. This ring had now designated her as the head, and had been handed over to her. I'm actually very thirsty, and I need to get some water, so I'll be right back. Give me a couple minutes. Oh my gosh. Okay. And untest. Okay, we're good. Oh, wait, I should get a big drink of water too. There we go. I needed a good place for my water. And, timidly, she put it on the middle finger of her left hand. What? What? In that instant, she felt a deep emotion welling up inside her that she'd never felt before. Her mind grew blank. Both eyes were opened. That ring was on her own finger. Not in a dream, but in reality. That ring is also pleased. After all, it managed to reach you, one who dreamed of putting it on their finger for so long. The ring. Father's ring. How many nights have you dreamed of putting that on your finger as you have done now? The strength of those feelings became your magic and materialized itself. Now you are worthy of calling yourself a great witch. Who are you? Are you really Beatrice? I am the Golden Witch, Beatrice, the Yoshiramiya family alchemist. In accordance with my contract with Kinzo, I will now pass everything on to you. All the gold I entrusted Kinzo with, and all the wealth he built up through that, and the honor and the headship of the Yoshiramiya family. And I will pass on my power and the title of the Endless Witch. What? The title of the witch? I will pass on all of my magical power and the titles of the Golden Witch and the Endless. What the fuck is going on? Something does not seem right. Following my predecessor's example, I will hand over my name Beatrice along with that title. You may now call yourself by that name. Ava gulped. The chandelier light, which had seemed dim, now felt too bright. I'm freaking the fuck out right now. By my name, I shall now commence the succession of the Golden Witch. This shit is so freaky. What is going on? Where even is this? The instant Beatrice made that proclamation, everything was buried by a golden sparkle and changed into a majestic place that looked like an audience hall. In the audience hall, there was a crowd of Beatrice's minions and brethren, as well as countless gold butterflies celebrating this first succession ceremony in 1,000 years. When she looked, she saw Beatrice in the throne that only the Endless Witch was permitted to sit in, holding a golden staff, reigning with a dazzling dignity. Without being ordered by anyone, Ava automatically kneeled, hanging her head. Oh god. The yoked goats. A goat attendant respectfully handed Beatrice a golden staff in the shape of the one-winged eagle. After Beatrice stood up and received that staff, she laid the tip of it on Ava's shoulder and spoke. It was a proclamation 1,000 years in coming. Ushiramiya Ava, you have spectacularly solved the riddle of the witch's epitaph and reached the Golden Land. I praise that. What are we seeing right now? I'm so confused. How does this fit in with that conversation Rosa and Ava just had? What is up with Kid Ava? Why does Kid Ava have the same color eyes as Ushiramiya Beatrice? I mean, not Ushiramiya Beatrice. That's the working theory right now, that she is an Ushiramiya, like a lost sister or something. I don't know. I'm freaking out. And hand over all of the Endless Magic as well as the titles of the Golden Witch and the Endless Witch. From this point forth, you may call yourself by my name, Beatrice. Ava Beatrice? Solved the riddle of the witch's epitaph and was welcomed as the new— What the fuck is going on? She was gifted with an aptitude for magic and is expected to grow into an extraordinary witch. This genius of a witch often overindulged in her own power during her younger days. Such are the trials only geniuses may endure. And if she proves successful, her name will surely be engraved. Will she be able to overcome the trials that forced her? I am so freaking confused. Come, raise your face, then stand and accept the staff. I'm not great. I am most grateful. Ava stood up dizzily and took the magic staff from Beatrice's hand. Her hand was trembling slightly. As soon as she grasped that staff, she was wrapped up in the brilliant sparkle of gold. As though gold butterflies were flowing out from inside of her. In that instant, she succeeded the Golden Witch. Ava felt something in the depths of her soul be reborn. To describe it in a word, it was energy. Energy, gold color. It felt like she was waking up. As though she had been half asleep ever since she had been born and was opening her eyes for the first time. It felt as though her true eyes inside her eyes were opened for the first time in her life. Ava, you're in psychosis, honey. Oh, I'm watching the witch's ceremony. I'm watching the witch's ceremony over here. Why must they hide from me more Lambda Delta reading? The devs are too afraid of my Lambda Delta reading power. Indeed, a fitting and beautiful outfit for the Golden Witch. She has a cool hat. So I'd consider that a small victory. Come, you may show yourself to all these people. Let them know that the new witch is indeed you. Ava, no, the new Beatrice turned around timidly. When she did, the witch's minions, which filled the vast audience hall, honored her with an applause that sounded like the roaring of the sea. Maybe the Golden Land is by the ocean. Maybe, I don't know. How scrawny her legs are. Come, everyone. Replace all of the portraits of Beatrice with the new Beatrice. Lift up words of celebration for the new Beatrice. Woo! Ava Beatrice! like there should have been Maria. New Beatrice. Congratulations on the succession of the Golden Witch. I hope that you will become able to stand on your own as a proud Golden Witch, and as the Endless Witch. Oh, I see what's going on. Wait, I think I do. I think Ava's just gonna start murking people now. Like, I think Ava's becoming unhinged. Like, she really is in psychosis. Yeah, Ava psychosis. Ava now in psychosis. Yes, I will do my best. I expect a composure befitting the Endless Witch from you, unlike your naughty predecessor. Ha 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 ha. Teacher, we're in the middle of a serious ceremony, so please, enough of that. This is not where I expected things to go at all, in the slightest. I'm freaking the fuck out. Ava Beatrice? What is Battler Beatrice? I thought Battler was gonna find the gold. What are we seeing? All my theories shattered. Every single theory has been shattered once again. Okay, whatever. Congratulations on the succession of the Golden Witch, new Beatrice-sama. I am called Ronove. I am one of the 72 demons permitted to serve the Golden Witch. She's the devil? If you are ever inconvenienced in the slightest, please let me know at once. Thank you. Ronove is rude, but reliable. If anything confuses you in your new days as a witch, speak to this man and he should be able to help you. Predecessor Beatrice-sama. It is a shame that I was not permitted to serve you further, even though we have finally been reunited like this. These last 1,000 years have been very entertaining for me. You have my deepest gratitude. Indeed, those 1,000 years with you wasn't boring. Please take care of my new witch. Of the new witch. Yes, I, Ronove, will obey the final order of the former Beatrice. Yes! You better thank me, okay? I gave my signature to recommend you for the succession of the new witch, got it? In other words, if I hadn't signed, you wouldn't have been able to become a witch. So thank me a little, okay? This is the Witch of Certainty, Lady Land of Delta. The recommendation of a witch from the Senate. What? Was required for your succession as an endless witch. Lady Lambda Delta recommended you and became your guardian. What? Thank you. Hey, Beato! This kid isn't grateful enough. I think I'll take back that recommendation. The person making these recommendations shouldn't act like a child, right? If you've signed, make sure you take responsibility. Lady Lambda Delta is also the Witch of Certainty. The Witch of Certainty prefers to make fate firm to create a fate of certainty. She really liked and highly valued your efforts until today. Well, you had that unfortunate childhood, all that unrewarded effort. I can sympathize just a bit with that. It's not like I felt sorry for you or anything, so don't be so full of yourself. Soon. From my point of view, your succession, well, it was more of a coincidence than a miracle. It isn't worthy of my recommendation. This is Lady Berncastle. She's quite hard to please. Still, you could say that having her participate in this celebration makes you exceedingly lucky. I only came because this is a rare, once-in-a-millennium event. I heard that there'd be some good sake. New Beatrice-sama! Please, come greet us as well. Huh? Oh, I'm pleased to meet you. The 7 Sisters of Purgatory were gathered in a line. The eldest sister, Lucifer, took a step forward and kneeled. This is furniture that serves me. As a gift to you to celebrate your inheritance, I will send them to you. Once you succeed the position of the Golden Witch, you will need to carry out the resurrection ceremony for yourself. She is gonna kill them! The 7 Sisters of Purgatory perform an essential role in that ceremony. She's gonna kill everybody. What the fuck is going on? They're a villainous bunch, but they serve their purpose. Have them do whatever you wish. You'll always be by Beatrice-sama's side. Please order us to do anything you desire. We'll accomplish our tasks without fail. Even after that, many nobles and minions visited and offered words of congratulations for the new witch. As she responded to them confusedly, she felt as though she was growing lightheaded due to lack of oxygen. She couldn't tell if this was something real or unreal, but there was just one thing she could understand. A feeling of achievement at being permitted to call herself the Golden Witch. That alone was a truth she could definitely understand. What is all this? Me fucking too, Battler. Me fucking too. I wonder if it's gonna be Ava Beatrice versus Battler now. Beatrice becomes obsessed with creating patterns. How could this be a pattern? Is it a pattern? I just don't know. Maybe I should move my little Pier buddy up to the top right instead of top left. Maybe he's better over here. No, he's maybe like a left corner. Nah, let's keep him Pier. I want to keep him here. Maybe I'll just have him like peek game like this. Like, oh, there he is. You know what? I'm just gonna keep it back to where it was, because I'm just gonna forget about it eventually. Yeah, like up here. That's so bizarre. What is all this? Of course I'm not gonna swallow this story, but what in the world does it mean? What, Ava is the new Beatrice? Are you saying she's turned into a witch? What in the hell? I was also surprised to think that someone would be able to solve that riddle. However, that is the rule. I must follow it and pass on the position of Golden Witch and my name. It is hardly something to be surprised about. I don't know. I'm freaking bugging. Personally, I'm freaking the fuck out. Because I have no idea what this means for the story in the slightest. If for some reason I'm still picking up shit. Hey, sorry about this phone. Instructions here. Yeah. Ooh, my neck hurts. Ooh, I stretched it weird. Ooh, ow, ouch, owie. Ooh, ouch, oof, owie. Oh, my foot's asleep too. I'm getting just hit by every feeling in my life. It is hard. Ronave's reading. It's hardly something to be surprised about. At the very beginning, you wrote that rule in a letter and announced it. Eva-sama was simply the first to be successful. That is all there is to say. Virgilia, are you there? Yes, here I am. What does this farce mean? Even if this depiction of strange witches showing up one after another is some of her bullshit, isn't this almost like Aunt Eva turned into a witch? It almost makes you wonder if, like, this, like, having the gold makes you a witch. If it's, like, that power of, like, wealth corrupting you like that. I don't know. Maybe that's a read of it. Calm yourself. She simply received the title of Endless Witch and might call herself that in the future. This succession ceremony is certainly nothing more than an act to promote that child's explanation. Don't fall for the same move over and over again. Yeah, so it's gonna seem like Ava did it. It was actually, I think SEAL Team 6 just carried out all the murders. I changed my mind. The whole grand ceremony was all phony. But it's at least the fact that Aunt Ava solved the riddle of the epitaph. Is it? And but at the same time, that means she succeeded the Yoshiramiya family headship. And after getting 10 tons of gold, Aunt Ava might as well call herself the Golden Witch. Is that it? Damn, it's as complicated as ever. My. Is a boorish human unable to comprehend the grandeur of this ceremony. Oh well. Being unable to read between the lines is what makes you human. I pity you, but I do not blame you. Damn it. Don't look at me like that if you feel sorry for me. Still, for the time being, there's something I need to check. And that's regarding this younger version of Aunt Ava. In other words, the definition of this new Beatrice. Man, I was already freaking on it, like, comparing this, like, from the very beginning of the act, I was comparing this young Beatrice, this young Ava to Beatrice. I guess I got what I wanted. I have no clue what's freaking gonna happen. What is that? Even if I tell you, you will just persist in your disbelief in magic and witches, correct? So there's nothing in particular for me to explain. Feel free to believe in whatever it seems to be to you. What it seems to be to me? Then how should I interpret this? For now, it might not hurt to view it as a visualization of a separate... Why? Why not doppelganger theory, but possession theory is back on the table. But except it's not for Rosa like I thought last chapter. What? What if in the first episode it was Natsui who killed everybody? What if in the second episode it was Rosa who killed everybody? And what if in the third episode it's gonna be Ava? What? Maybe that's my theory. What if in the first episode it was Natsui, the second episode it was Rosa, the third episode? Okay. I'd have to think about it more. I would have to think about it a lot more. Coven theory. That's Coven theory. Yep, that's actually what that's just Coven theory. In other words, I should think of Aunt Ava and her as the same person, right? Damn, I don't like where this is going. In any case, from now on, my name is no longer Beatrice. I have passed it on to Ushirimiya Ava, which means that I am nameless. Battler, don't you have some fitting name that'd be fitting for me? Don't you have some name that'd be fitting for me? I shall accept your recommendation. How about a name that's refined, full of elegance, and a little cute too, if you can? Just Beato is good enough for you. There's probably enough difference between Beato and Beatrice to keep people from getting confused. Is it the same old Beato, is it? It doesn't feel wrong. It's boring for some reason. They say the temperature of black tea and a woman's heart are difficult to gauge in any era. God, I kind of have begun shipping Ava and Beatrice. Not Ava and Beatrice, Battler and Beatrice in my head. I think they're kind of cute together. I think they're, like, super cute together. At any rate, stay calm from this point onwards. The fact that we can now tell her that her and Ushirimiya apart works to our advantage. Compared to the time when that child was still Beatrice. That's exactly why I like it even less. What's she thinking, Beato? Over there, the witches formed a long line to bless Aunt Ava, who had the figure of her younger days and now possessed the name Beatrice. It was like a witch's coronation. The countless gold butterflies flapped their wings, directing this fantastical gold-sparkling space. They were all praising her. As I stared from the distance, I looked at the newly born Beatrice, who had a slightly embarrassed smile on her face. Her expression, which had been lost and confused at first, seemed to be full of the happiness that she was finally starting to recognize. That expression didn't look at all like someone laughing insanely while standing before the gold. There was just the innocence of a person basking in their own joy. As a person who denied the existence of witches, I couldn't view this witch succession ceremony as a joyful expression and accept her. However, when I looked at that innocent smile, I felt like I wanted to offer my blessings just for that moment. It's always beautiful when strong efforts bear fruits and are rewarded. On Ava, who had always yearned to succeed the headship, who had worked hard since her youth without reward, had spectacularly taken hold of the chance given to her by the riddle, the epitaph, and had finally gained that position. How divine is the smile of a person whose childhood dreams have been granted. I definitely would accept witches, but Battler put his hands together, making a small sound. Clap, clap. It didn't reach her ears, but it did bless her. Congratulations, Aunt Ava. You spectacularly solved the riddle of the epitaph before anyone else. It's your victory without any complaints. I would accept all that about the Golden Witch and so on, but I will accept you as the new head of the Yoshiramiya family, and I'll celebrate that sincerely. As though urged on by Battler's applause, Beato also clapped. Battler and Beato, who opposed each other, were standing side by side and applauding the same person. I'm not applauding for a witch, I'm clapping for all Aunt Ava's efforts up until now. As am I. I offer my sincere applause as a blessing to Ava, who spectacularly solved that epitaph. What if the epitaph is Beatrice's grave? Or, like, it leads to, like, what if Beatrice is buried there? Like, it's just not a riddle to finding gold. It's an epitaph. Like, Beatrice is dead. What's that red text say? Shit, do I still have it open, or did I close it? I think I closed it because I spoiled something for myself. I think I spoiled the next red line for myself on accident. I don't like applauding with you. But, well, I've decided that I won't worry about it now. Divine punishment won't fall on me because I clap with you every once in a while. It's so bad. It's not so bad every once in a while. Still, it's fun to applaud. Even though it was Ava who was successful and not me, for some reason I'm starting to feel happy too. That's because blessing someone means the same thing as sympathizing and sharing with them. I see. Then I have even shared this irrational happy feeling with you. Since we are a pair of enemies trying to make each other surrender, it is an odd experience. Well, just for now, let's have a truce and clap, okay? Beato laughed impishly, playing around and applauding even louder, as though eagerly trying not to lose to Battler as she clapped. Battler went along with her and clapped even louder. When he did, as though some ceremony had ended, everyone applauded and highly praised the reborn Beatrice. It feels like we're seeing something that's like subtextually important here. Like there's this theme of like rebirth kind of happening. It was just as though Battler and Beato's applause had been the final thing needed for her succession. Yeah, it's really freaking confusing me. The gun clicked. Rosa returned to the lobby. It was still her turn to rest, but her expression made it look as though she couldn't sleep deeply with all this tension. Take it easy, lie down. Keep this up and you'll be pretty rough later on. Thanks for the concern. I just couldn't fall asleep. I've already taken a shower, so I'm good for now. Next person can rest. What about you two, Kairi-san, Rudolph-san? What will we do, Rudolph-san? Shall we rest? You can rest. I'll stay awake. That's the only manly thing I can do right now. Fuck yeah, Rudolph. Then I'll stay awake. Staying awake with my husband is the only womanly thing I can do right now. You two truly are close. You should talk. It seems Eva and Hideyoshi-san are out cold. It seems that unlike Rosa, they can't fight against their age. As though in response to those words, the door to the hall clunked open. Eva and Hideyoshi returned from the guest room. I wonder if she told him. First of all, we don't really even know what's going the fuck on right now. Oh, this is so bad. I'm so confused. That's none of your business. Oh, Rosa, are you sure you don't need to rest yet? You should talk, Dae-san. Why not take it easy and sleep? I just can't get to sleep. Taking a shower shook my drowsiness off. Rudolph, Kairi-san, you can rest if you want. Sure, thanks. Well, for now, let's say I appreciate the sentiment. Why don't you go first, Aniki? How kind of you. But I cannot rest first. That is the most I can do as the oldest brother right now. He didn't say successor, he didn't say head, he said oldest brother. Do not worry, the two of us will stay awake until the very end. More importantly, Eva Nason, are you okay? You look a little pale. Come to think of it, you're right. Could it be a bit of a fever? A Saturn burger? Hideyoshi put his hand up against Eva's forehead. It seemed that Eva wasn't feeling her best. That goes without saying. That's what happens when you break your sleep cycle at your age. Is it a cold? Natsui. Could you call Dr. Nanjo down? Yes. I'm fine. You don't have to make such a fuss over it. I have some medicine, so I'll be okay. I tend to get fevers when I'm tired. Don't worry. Nason, take it easy, okay? Thank you. If the siblings gathered without me around, I get the feeling that everyone would start talking behind my back. It's a persecution complex from long ago. Sorry, okay? Oh, I won't say anything. As if I'd say bad things about you behind your back, Mason. What is it? Mason, you've been acting strange for a while. Shouldn't you get a little rest now? You're right. Just thinking about raising money by March makes my headache hurt even worse. That isn't good. Rest. And I'll hold back too so that your headache doesn't get worse. I've had a bad headache for myself for a while now. Thank you. Well then, I'll take those words to heart and rest for a while. What is it, Ava? Why so angry all of a sudden? Sorry, please let us rest a bit longer. Sorry. After apologizing several times as though praying, Hideyoshi followed Ava out of the lobby. I don't like this atmosphere. It's all so strained. That's no surprise. There was a murder early this morning. Since then, we've been eating canned food and carrying guns around. It's natural that we'd start to build up stress. I wonder if the kids are up there building up stress too. I'm worried about Maria. She tends to throw tantrums at times like this. At that moment, they heard the sounds of wild footsteps coming from the second floor. The guest house was in a cheap building, so they wouldn't normally have heard the sound of footsteps. It was like the sound of someone stamping their feet in frustration. And an instant later, accompanied by what seemed to be the sound of her running out into the second floor hallway, they could hear Maria calling "Ugh!" over and over again, sounding displeased. This is such a Rosa moment. Rosa grabbed her head, her hair flying, and she voicelessly moaned in anguish. Ugh. The adults conscientiously turned their backs to her, pretending not to notice. That's freaking so funny. The noisy clamor came down from the second floor and flew into the lobby. It was Maria, who was sobbing along with the other children in Nanjo. In other words, they had all come downstairs because of Maria's tantrum. Where's Battler? Rosa couldn't hide her dizziness at this new annoyance her daughter was bringing to everyone. Sorry, Aunt Rosa. We tried to calm her, but she just wouldn't listen. Ugh! Ugh! Wah! What is it, Maria? Could you be a little more quiet? Everyone's watching. It's that rose of hers from the rose garden. It fell apart. She suddenly started saying that she was worried about it. I think she's half asleep. She suddenly woke up and started going on about how she was worried about that rose. Maria-chan, calm down. That was just a dream. Ugh! That rose belonged to Beatrice and me. Wait a minute. Beatrice is wearing a rose right here. Roses are like a symbol of Beatrice. She's wearing two roses. One on her hat and one on her, like, bow. So if I don't take care of it, Beatrice is gonna get mad. It might get snapped off again. I'm telling you to quiet down a bit, okay? The sudden rise in the tone of Rosa's voice surprised the children. But Maria's crying just grew louder, and her tantrum just grew fiercer. You're gonna slap the shit out of her again. Terumasa, Nanjo Terumasa. Rosa-san, why did I give you that voice? You mustn't scold a child so unsparingly. At times like this, it's best to give them some warm milk or something. Is there any here? My god, should I give somebody a Yinzer voice? I'm Dr. Nanjo. I'm from down in Oakland. You just know from Oakland that? The milk we just had for breakfast is empty now. They probably had that weird canned milk. Doesn't anyone have a sedative to use on kids? You know, those silver pill things? I have some. Here's some colloidal silver, Maria. Yes, I'll search for some now and give them. She gives her daughter sedatives? What the fuck? Without hiding her displeasure, Rosa grabbed the handbag that had been set on the sofa and fished around for some medicine. It seemed she had brought some child-use sedatives for Maria's dad. Here, Maria, take a Zan. Oh, what the fuck? She opened it and she found it and opened the bottle, but it must have been empty. She already used them all. Rosa shook the bottle several times, but that didn't change the fact that nothing was in there. Here, Maria, here's some Valium. Maria, this is called a blinker. Oh, fuck, I'm dying. Christ. Maria's crying grew even more intense. At that time, Ava was lying on her bed, covered by the bedding. Hideyoshi returned from the washroom, folding a handkerchief soaked in water. Whew, this is one nasty fever. I'll bet it's that poisonous air at the family conference that got you. For now, you can forget all about the other relatives. Okay. As Hideyoshi spoke to her... Oh, wait, what did he say? Okay. Whoops. As Hideyoshi spoke to her kindly, he soaked the handkerchief on Ava's burning forehead. Ava rested her own hand on top of his. Your hand feels nice and cool. If my hand feels nice, your fever must be pretty bad. Don't worry, the medicine will start working soon. Plus, my hand is a magic hand. I just put it against your forehead like this, and any fever will melt right away. You're right. Your hand always makes my fever fade. Yep. No need for a doctor when you've got my hand. Don't worry and close your eyes. My magic will make that fever fade away. Hideyoshi, I feel like you're having like a double entendre kind of moment, and I really don't appreciate it. Stop talking about magic, please, Uncle Hideyoshi. You're really freaking me the fuck out. Yes, I know. I can feel your magic. Hideyoshi was about to say it was just a placebo effect, but he stopped. If Ava said she could feel magic coming from his hand, then that was fine for now. I wonder if magic really exists. Yeah, it does. Only those who believe can tell, though. There's actually a lot of magic like that out there in the world. If magic actually exists, then I wonder if witches actually exist too. Oh? I mean that witch of the forest, Beatrice. She probably does exist for those who believe. Just like the gods. They don't show themselves in front of those with except in front of those with strong faith. I did it too, you know. Long ago I was able to use magic. Oh? Really? Then you were a witch too. I had dreams that I wanted to become true no matter what. After wishing strongly and trying hard, they always came true without fail. With my magic, my grades were always the best, and I became the student council president and worked hard to get into the university I wanted. Everything I wished for was granted. That's right. No, magic was always a thing to be reckoned with. I'm definitely a witch. You work harder than anyone. I know all about it. When I was a kid, I'm so upset because I literally came up with the Rosa has a freaking separate identity theory, and now I feel like I'm getting it with freaking Ava. But that was back in Act 2 when they were talking about, like, when Maria, like, kind of referred to her mother's, like, dual nature of being this, like, bitch who kicked the shit out of her, and, like, sometimes being nice and, like, giving her candy. Like, I don't know. Maybe my current working theory is that Act 1, it was Natsui. Act 2, Natsui killed everybody. Act 2, it was Rosa who killed everybody. Act 3, it's gonna be Ava who fucking kills everybody. I don't know. But I feel like that's gonna be proven wrong. I feel like it's totally wrong. And that other self was a witch. I didn't believe in Beatrice, the Witch of the Forest. I've always believed that if a witch of Rokenshima did exist, it was the witch inside my heart. I was so grateful to that witch inside myself. I was always grateful that she brought me to you. You get too timid when you're sick. Don't say anything for now. I'll stay like this the whole time until your fever's gone down. Yes, don't take your hand away, no matter what. Somehow, I feel like I'm becoming something that isn't myself. I'm scared for a while. I get the feeling that the witch inside me was provoked by Beatrice and is growing stronger and stronger. Somehow it feels like she's going to swallow me whole. It's okay. As long as I'm with you, there's nothing to be afraid of. Remember the time when we went into the dangerous country and the whole bus got robbed? I drove them all. Didn't you just hand over your gold watch and beg them to go away? It was pretty lame, but it was cool. Don't move your hand away, no matter what. Not even if I fall asleep. And if something creepy sneaks in here, protect me. Yep, leave it to me. That's why I'm telling you to stop worrying and get to sleep. Because the medicine and my magic will start working real soon. Ava finally calmed her heart and closed her eyes. I don't know what the fuck is going on at all. At that time, there was the sound of a door being opened violently from the direction of the lobby. It seemed that Maria was having a tantrum. and screams of "Ugh!" could be heard, along with Rosa's rebuking yells. That probably hurt Ava's ears. Or maybe it was giving her a headache. Ava moaned as though in pain and buried herself in the covers. It was easy to guess what was happening. Maria probably had a tantrum for some reason, gone down to the lobby, and started arguing with Rosa, who then scolded her daughter. And then, maybe that got too embarrassing to be shown in front of the other relatives, so Rosa had taken Maria out to the corridor. Hideyoshi had no desire to butt in on Rosa and Maria's problem, but just for now, since Ava's condition was so bad, he wanted them to take their ruckus somewhere else. We'll wait just a sec. I'll ask them to keep it down. Come back quickly. Don't worry, I won't leave this room. Shut the fuck up! Hideyoshi removed the chain, opened the door, and stuck his gaze out into the corridor. He immediately met Rosa's gaze. Everything okay, Rosa-san? I'm sorry, did all the noise wake you? Maria-chan, sorry. Aunt Ava isn't feeling well and she's trying to sleep. Could you quiet down for a bit? Maria's tone didn't change after Hideyoshi's request. She kept crying, ugh, and kept repeating, my rose, my rose. I feel like there's something, like, I feel like Beatrice wants us to notice something going on between, like, the transferring of the title of Beatrice and the rose. Maybe that rose is important. The rose is the key to the Golden Land. This is freaking me out. Rosa slapped Maria's cheeks, lifted her up while covering her mouth, and dragged her towards the entrance, trying to at least put some distance between her and Hideyoshi's room. She would still probably be noisy for a while, but he had warned Rosa for the time being. Relying on Rosa's actions as a mother, Hideyoshi closed the door. That's your first mistake. Is trusting Rosa to be a mom. That is mistake numero freaking uno. Is Maria-chan having a tantrum again? Looks like it. It's tough for Rosa-san, too. Come to think of it, Aunt George is almost too good to be true. We should be grateful. You're right. And... Oh, sorry. I'm getting, like... weird vibes. I'm getting freaking jamais vu. Like, I'm having intense jamais vu right now. It's the opposite of deja vu. It's just like, how could that have an opposite? It's like, how do I explain? Yeah, kind of. just like the weird feeling of remembering. But it does seem like weird and new. Okay. Enough of me being sketty-bobbed. I'm totally sketty-bobbing myself. I'm totally just off topic. Okay, back on track. He put his hand on Ava's forehead again. Maybe there really was magical power in that hand. Stop! Can we please stop? Zahando! A truly peaceful look rose to Ava's face, and bit by bit she began to drift off into the land of sleep. As he had promised, Hideyoshi kept his hand on her forehead. Oh god, not this shit. Alright, time to watch friggin' Maria get the shit kicked out of her again. Oh god. Woo! Okay, here we go. By the entrance, with her hand still against Maria's mouth, Rosa was at a loss at what to do next. She hadn't been able to withstand everyone's gazes in the lobby. Yelled at the children to go upstairs, dashing out of the lobby. Then she had gone out into the corridor, only to have Hideyoshi say that she was too noisy. Where should I go now? Where should I take this child who's having a tantrum? Take her to get Zin packets immediately. She needs Zin. She felt as though tears of frustration were about to come out. As Maria kept struggling in an attempt to scream, Rosa put her mouth up to Maria's ear. I'm gonna fucking kill you. And tried to persuade Maria in a properly calm voice. Maria, do you really want to see the rose that much? Maria nodded her head several times, moaning, Ugh. Why do you want to see it so much? What is up with this family and purple eyes? I think I care way too much about eye color. Why do you want to see it so much? I'll listen as your mother, so will you tell me quietly? I'll hit you if you scream! Oh my god! Please, no! My rose. Beatrice revived it. It might have snapped off again. I'm worried about that. I can't sleep until I'm sure. Apparently she was still upset about that marked rose from yesterday. Why didn't she just pluck the rose and just, like, hold on to it for a second? Maybe the roses are more important than I thought. Like Rosa. Like Beatrice wearing roses. Ava Beatrice wearing roses. What about Virgilia? Oh yeah. Virgilia has like a hat of roses. Maybe I have been overlooking the roses. Look, roses, roses, roses. Oh wait, is there a third one there? No, I don't know what that is. That's super interesting. Does anybody else wear roses? Like, literally anybody. Rosa felt her headache throbbing again, but she was at least but she was at least a little relieved that Maria had now stopped her screaming. Anyway, everyone is having a hard time right now. So don't bother Mama and everyone else. You can worry about the rose all you want tomorrow when it stops raining. So for now, listen to me. No! No, no, no! No! It's my Beatrice's rose. Wah! So maybe like the rose represents Beatrice's power. Like I think it was wrapped with like a yellow mark with like a yellow piece of wrapper. I don't know. I roses are more important than I had maybe previously expected. And that whole scene with the first time it's George who puts the little mark around the rose. She had spoken a little too harshly and gotten her agitated again. Rosa realized it was partly her own fault and clicked her tongue in self-hatred. But Maria thought it was directed at her, and her crying grew even fiercer. Please, just be quiet. What can I do to make you stop crying? What should I do to make you listen to what your mama says? Suddenly, Maria stopped crying so fast that it seemed unnatural. Then she turned around and muttered, "If I get to see my rose, I'll stay quiet until tomorrow." Really? Yes. If we go to the rose garden and see my rose, I'll calm down. It's giving the two who are together. I mean it, Mama. If it would keep Maria quiet for the time being, Rosa thought that even going out into this wind and rain would be a small price to pay. She thought it might be a bit reckless, but in the end, no murder or anything of the sort had actually occurred. She doesn't even think a murder happened. How could she see all of that and think everything's fine? What was the original order of the murders? One, two, three, four, five. Who was six? Who was number six? Goda, Shannon. Was it? It wasn't Keenzo. Oh, it was Rosa. Rosa was dead. That's right. I forgot that it was her that died. If you carefully thought about that chain of closed rooms, it clearly had to be all an act. Will you really listen if you go see the rose? Yes. I mean it, Mama. I'm getting a little scared. This face is so much creepier than the one with the PC version. Ouch! Rosa didn't overlook that creepy laugh and lightly hit Maria with her fist. This is such an epic child abuse moment. And she shrugged as though giving up. Understood. If it's just one look, then I'll agree. Will that work? Yes, Mama. I promise. Once again, Rosa tested the weight of her gun. It'll be okay. It's only an act. There was never a murder on this island in the first place. Damn it, wait, Aunt Rosa. Are Aunt Rosa and Maria the sacrifices for the second Twilight? Damn it, damn it, damn it. Someone notice them. Tell them to stop. What are those guys doing in the living room? Wait, what are those guys in the living room and us kids doing? Indeed. They are being considerate of Rosa's pitiful relationship with her daughter and are forcibly changing the subject. The group that includes you went up to the second floor and is talking about something else while watching TV. You bastards. Someone noticed them. Who's the closest? Is it Uncle Hideyoshi? Please notice the two are leaving through the front door. Ugh! It won't reach. It won't reach. Don't disturb their precious time together. Hideyoshi kept talking kindly, his hand on Ava's forehead. He didn't notice at all that Rosa and Maria were going outside the front door. In that case, there was no way the others in the lobby, which was even further away, would notice. Much less those in the cousins' room on the second floor. Why are you so panicked? Didn't you defeat me at that bold move, saying that the culprit died in an accident on the first Twilight? Doesn't that mean there's no longer a culprit on this island? What is there to be so worried about? Shut up! I can see right through you. Someone stop them. Those two will be killed. Someone stop them! Ah! There's no way that Battler's voiceless scream would reach Rosa or Maria. The two of them could be seen in the rose garden. The rain was still awful, but fortunately the wind had died down a little. No, maybe that wasn't fortunate. Because maybe if the wind had been a little fiercer, Rosa might have hesitated to go outside. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Here it is. Maria found her rose with the gold lace and stared at it lovingly. Okay, so this time it's gold lace, but it's supposed to be like a gold piece of like candy wrapper. But I think this time when Beatrice bought the rose back, she put that gold lace on it. Rosa had accepted the promise under the condition that Maria would only get one look at it, but she didn't want Maria to complain about that it hadn't been enough later on, so she decided to go along with Maria until she was satisfied. So she believed that there wasn't a culprit, but on the off chance that she was mistaken, they were now in an extremely dangerous position. Rosa realized that faintly herself. If things got bad, she would throw away her umbrella and ready her gun. After glancing at Maria's innocent happiness, Rosa gazed warily into all directions. Fuck! Were her eyes just tired? Even though no one should have been there, she thought she saw something glitter in the dark rose garden. Gold-colored? It had to be her imagination. Because to Rosa, it seemed as though gold butterflies were dancing through the rose bushes. Are you okay, Aunt Ava? Are you doing okay? Are you okay, Ava? Just take it easy. Should I call Dr. Nanjo after all? I'm fine. Don't take your hand away. I'm begging you. Just don't take your hand away. Ava was breathing wildly. Beads of sweat were appearing on her forehead. It certainly was true that she had stayed up all night last night, and that things had been rough since early this morning. It wasn't odd that her body was keeping up. Even though he understood that, she suspected that this sudden fever was the sign of some serious illness. What if they have, like, Tutankhamun's curse from, like, opening up Beatrice's tomb? What if the gold is poisoned? It's like in Dead Money at the end of Fallout New Vegas, where you can't carry out all the gold. It's like that. It's letting go. The hottest part. Wait, what's the quote from the Dead Money? Oh shit, I gotta look it up. Oh, I can't find the quote. Okay. Pleading with him and saying that it was even more important that he didn't take his hand away. I understand, but you gotta have Dr. Nanjo look at you by lunchtime. If you can promise me that, I'll stay here the whole time, gripping your hand. Tightly, like this. Thank you, I'm fine. The magic of your hand will definitely take this fever away. Even as she said that, Ava's harsh breathing didn't improve in the slightest. I gotta take a break. I'm sorry. I had to, like, go out to my car and I gotta, like, take out some trash. I need like 5 minutes. And I'll be right back. And I gotta ban a bot. Okay, it felt good to get out for a second. Get outside, get some fresh air. It's actually really cold out. It's like 30 degrees or something. What's the actual temperature? Ooh, I'm chilly Willy. 45. Ooh, that was super cold. Ha. Ha. Don't let go. Don't let go. Ah! Who is it? She saw an umbrella moving from beyond the rose bush. Rosa threw away her umbrella and wildly lifted her gun. When she did, the person beyond the bush, the shadow of a person beyond the bush showed itself. Ugh! On Ava? You scared me. It's you, Nason? Do you have some business with me? Do you want to continue our earlier discussion? Yes, that's right. This is so freak. Oh wait, I still have my Be Right Back up. Shit, my bad. Okay, whoops. Our discussion about father's gold. Please restrain yourself in front of Maria. I will keep my promise, okay? I won't give in. I won't get in the way of your conspiracy. Conspiracy? What's that? Whatever you're thinking, that's up to you. I have no desire to get in the way. So please, not in front of Maria. As long as I get my share, that will be enough. Your share? Ava started laughing in a creepy voice. Rosa was startled, but Maria stared blankly. Then Maria just said one thing. I think Maria's mad that she doesn't get to be Beatrice, because I think Maria wanted to be the Endless Witch. Auntie? Who are you? Ava Beatrice. Ha 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 ha. Your share. Who would give that to you? All of that is mine. It is all mine. It belongs to me, the Golden Witch, Beatrice. Dum bum ba. Ah! Ava, are you okay, Ava? Ava! Ava! Hold on. Don't let go. Don't let me be dragged away by someone who isn't me. Hold on to my hand. Don't let go. What is this goofy shit? Beatrice, what is this goofy shit? Goofy. Beatrice is like just trying to throw all the goofy shit at us now just to make us be like, yeah, obviously magic. When did you ever work hard? You never worked hard for anything. You're always hiding in our shadows. You always escape from from shadow to shadow without fighting. And yet, you really think yourself qualified to make the demands of me over the Yoshiramiya family gold. All of that is mine. It's all mine alone, as the head of the Yoshiramiya family and the new Golden Witch, successor to the name of Beatrice. Beatrice? It's Beatrice! Yay! Mama, it's Beatrice! Who are the last people that... Okay, never mind. Ugh. Maria jumped at her mother in ecstasy. Hey. Okay. Just kick this ship. Just shoot her. Just shoot her. Just drop her ass. Rosa, just drop her ass. Rosa treated Maria cold-heartedly and raised her gun high. Just shoot it in the air or something. Just to get everybody's attention. Why doesn't she do that? Hey, you're Nason, right? You are Nason, aren't you? Wrong. I am no longer the one who was your sister. Then who are you? Are you trying to say that you're Beatrice? That's impossible. You died 19 years ago. Yeah, you were definitely dead. After all, I clearly saw how your hand was split open. How your head was split open. I can remember the insides flowing out like it was yesterday. How can you be alive and here right now? 19. It's kind of crazy that George was 4 years old when that shit happened. The concept of death does not exist to a golden witch. A golden witch in the name of Beatrice will be handed down for all eternity, and Maria's next. I don't freaking know. This shit's freaking a travesty. Maybe the Beatrice you knew met with death, but that name is mine now. And therefore, it's eternal. The concept of death does not exist for Beatrice. Shoot her! All I can see is the gold has driven you mad. Oh, pitiful Nason. Come on. You know I'm not your sister anymore. Well then, as the new Beatrice, I have been tasked with my own resurrection ceremony. Ronave, what should I do? That is up to you. You already have the power to make whatever you think reality. You should grow used to it once you've tried it out a little. Worthless sister. You should consider it an honor to have been selected as the first sacrifice I offer as a witch. In the second twilight, I'll tear apart the two or close with my own hands. Shoot her! The first thing the new Beatrice wished for, or the first magic she tried to use, was to surpass the limitations given to humans. In particular, gravity. She wanted to become fully aware of her transformation into a witch by being released from those shackles. As the witch and Rosa stayed as they were, the ground retreated all by itself into the distance below them. What the fuck? By now, their feet were no longer attached to the ground. Oh, she's gonna drop her! She's gonna drop her like she fell. Rosa finally realized that the earth wasn't retreating into the distance below them, but that she and the witch were being sucked up into the rainy sky. Huh? Eek! Whoa! Awesome! For a human shackled to the ground by gravity, there's nothing more unnerving than having their feet stop sticking to the ground. However, to Beatrice, who in becoming the new witch had learned the joy of being released from gravity, it was enough to make her whole body shake with delight. Hey Rosa, do you remember long ago when we were small, when we used to talk about what it'd be like to become witches and fly around the sky? That dream has been granted, hasn't it? I became a real witch and granted it for you. Stop it. This is a dream, then wake me up. You said it yourself. You said you flew through the sky in your dream, and you also said you didn't want to wake up. You even got mad at me when I woke you up, right? Don't worry. This time, you won't wake up, okay? Come, dance with me in the vast rainy sky. Didn't we both wish we could fly like seagulls in the sky and escape the cramped and boring island of Rokanjima? Now I'll make that dream a reality. I only want to share this joy with you and no one else. It's so fun, Rosa. It's so fun. Look, take a look below you. Look at how small our mansion is. I wonder how much time we spent in a place that small. Now I'm especially shocked at how cramped and tiny it is. So feel, enjoy, rejoice. The power we yearn for, the power to move through the sky at will. Come, let's dance, Rosa. Through the rain, through the wind, let's fly it around like we're dancing. The lightning will shine on us and bless us. The witch and Rosa were like leaves fluttering around in a whirlwind, as the rain pounded on every part of their bodies. As the lightning occasionally shone upon them, they shook with the joy of being released from the ground. While I grab some popcorn and take a little chomp. Hold up. Okay. However, it was only that way for the witch. Rosa was holding onto her head, voicelessly screaming over and over. Stop it! Forgive me, let me down! You're right, it's more fitting for humans to crawl on the ground. Then why not go back there? A slightly displeased expression rose from the witch's face when she realized that her own joy was not being shared. Then she decided to listen to her former sister's request. The whirlwind that had been making Rosa dance around grew weaker, then stopped. In other words, Rosa was once again bound by the restrictions of gravity as a human. Following the laws that were originally correct, Rosa began to descend towards the ground upside down. No, she began to fall. Oops. That's right. If I don't take her down the right way, this is what happens. The witch hadn't intended to send Rosa plummeting, but she still wasn't used to using magic. Yushirimiya's always be doing anything other than shooting. A fucking men. A freaking men. Splat. After plummeting about 100 meters into a rose bush, as a very, very natural result, Rosa died instantly. But the witch hadn't intended to kill her, so she wished that Rosa hadn't died. That's so fucked up. This is so fucked up. This is like some deep sibling hatred type shit. When she did, gold butterflies coiled about Rosa's body, reviving her that life just as the witch had wished. Rosa's body, which should have been spread out like a carpet of fresh blood, rapidly returned to normal. Okay, so then she's gonna kill her in a regular way that we can like kind of like suspect it's like a human that did it. The broken and crushed bones returned to normal. The torn and smashed flesh returned to normal. How easy it is to break things in this world and how difficult it is to fix them. Anyone can take a life, but no human can revive a lost life. By surpassing the irreversible, one proves that they have surpassed humanity. This surely gave her a much, much greater realization of her position as a witch than flying through the sky had. Awesome! I can even revive an ended life! Of course, Beatrice-sama is the endless witch. To live and to die, to bring life and to kill, all of it repeated endlessly. Beatrice-sama, the endless witch, is the queen who controls the cycle of life and death. One time I knocked over a fishbowl. The fragile and beautiful bowl broke. I couldn't put it back together again. I'd never see that cute pop-eyed goldfish swim again after it landed on the floor. Yeah, my mom did that to me when I was a kid. I was pretty traumatized. Freaking killed my goldfish. Well, no, she didn't kill it. It, like, swam around a little longer before he died. No matter how much I cried, the servants shook their heads, saying that broken things and dead things could never be revived. That's when I learned something. You must not break things. You must not kill people. After all, you can't fix them. So if you can fix them, then you won't get in trouble for breaking them, right? Awesome. Awesome, awesome! For a while, the witch became intoxicated with how terrible and wonderful the power she had inherited was. Her laugh was pure, innocent, and cruel. I had a fish when I was a kid and I killed it because I wanted to feed him juice. What did you do? Did you just like drop him into some like juice, or did you like put some juice in his fishbowl? Ugh. Ah! Even though Rosa had been revived, she let out a cry of anguish at the pain from her fall. At that point, the witch landed and held out her hand. Sorry about that, Rosa. I didn't think flying in the sky would be so much fun. You pour it down. That's awful. Sorry. I'm real sorry. And I didn't know humans could die so easily. Yeah, but you drop them from 300 feet, 334 feet in the air, that kind of will happen. But I've brought you back to life, so we're even. So get up, okay? Play with me some more, okay? Ha 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 ha. What were those dreams you told me about when you were a kid? Go ahead and tell me all of them without holding back. As I am now, I can make anything come true, no matter how absurd. Even drowning you in a sea of jelly. Even having you get sucked into a mountain of cake. I can even make you sprout butterfly wings and flit around the garden, okay? I'll do them one after another. Let's start with an ocean of jelly, alright? Stop it. Ugh. Rosa is once again thrown high into the rainy sky. However, the sky wasn't filled with raindrops, but with drops of orange juice. Rosa's a fish. Rosa's a fish. When she looked down, Rosa had to doubt her eyes. The rose garden had disappeared, and the ground spread out beneath her was like a pastel-colored jigsaw puzzle. It was an ocean of jelly. Like the one she had spoken of from her dreams when she was young. The black part was coffee jelly. What is coffee jelly? The red was strawberry. Black, red, yellow. Belgium. No. Belgium is black, yellow, red. Germany. The Germans did it. And the green was milk. Fuck! What was the white part? Apple? This is like a multi-layered gelatin experience. Did Rosa even have time to think of stuff like that? Apparently. Rosa fell towards that multicolored ocean. Is she gonna get like suspended in it? Wait, some people would straight up kill you for not knowing. The Belgian flag. Ugh. And she sunk deep into a purple grape flavored. Oh, coffee jelly? Never heard of this in my life. Oh, it's in bubble tea? Oh, okay. And she sunk deep into a purple grape-flavored sea. It really was an ocean of jelly. What? They're just having fun. It had no bottom. As Rosa sank, she was shocked to see a school of transparent fish swimming through the grape jelly ocean. They were probably made of grape skin. Then she sunk on and on, deeper and deeper, as deep as the Marianas Trench. Crushed by the water pressure of the jelly ocean, as her ribs snapped and as her spine snapped. In the end, she became a small, frail meatball. I feel like Rosa has a lot of, like, body horror around her. In a way that the, like, other Ushira Miyas don't quite have. Like, there's always, like, there was, like, that mention of, like, the whole turkey thing. When, like, that... She was, like, super vivid about the, like, description of this, like, Thanksgiving turkey they had. Like, I don't know, like, a lot of, like, scenes involving Rosa are, like, super, like, viscerally body-related. I don't know, I think it's interesting. Not Ava, Rosa. What a truly wonderful experience, to drown in an ocean of jelly. It's a dream no one else can imitate. I made it come true for you. The instant I snapped my fingers, the meatball that had been Rosa was launched up into the sky. And after being wrapped up in a golden sparkle, she returned to her original form. It was as simple and easy as returning dried seaweed to its original form, and anyone could do it. If they were a witch. The absent-minded look on Rosa's face has to be the joy from having that dream she gave up on as a child come true. Definitely. Probably. Next is the mountain of cake. In an instant, the sky was covered and became black and white in the shape of a chessboard. That almost transparent white part was her favorite rare cheesecake. Ooh, yummy. I love cheesecake. Oh no, I had to say something in French. Okay. The elegant part was a slightly bitter gâteau au chocolat. Chocolat. That became the ceiling, became a mountain, and several billion cakes were thrown down towards Rosa. If you piled those cakes up, they surely would be taller than Mount Everest. So they probably weighed, well, I'm not too sure, but I'll bet it was heavier than all the cakes across Japan put together. Okay, I think she's actually dead for real this time. No, I don't think so. It felt like a ceiling had swallowed Rosa up. It was... It felt like a ceiling... Reading's hard. It fell down like a ceiling and swallowed Rosa up. So as a very, very natural result, Rosa was crushed to death. In less than a second, her bones broke through her body and her insides were smashed and forced out. Ew. Yeah, this is like, again, with the Rosa, like, super body horror, visceral, like, eating your family, like, Thanksgiving turkey, squishy, plop, plop. Even so, an even greater number of cakes piled up on top, and Rosa ended up as a layer of jam wedged between them. She became as thin as a single hair and was probably spread out over the area of a tennis court. What the fuck? This is so gross. That world swallowed up by cake was once again absorbed by a gold flash. Then, as though it was all had been a dream, Rosa was revived once again. What's even going on with Maria? Rosa's like casually the most like tortured in hell person in this whole series, besides Battler. Hold up, I'm grabbing a fistful of popcorn to eat. Give me like 10 seconds. Okay, very yummy. She'd been revived after dying. By that point, death, which most humans only have to experience once after they are born, had already been experienced repeatedly by Rosa. In other words, she had gone through that which humans cannot, the precious experience of dying more than once. Isn't this fun, Rosa? Isn't this fun? This is the butterflies. Look. Please have mercy. No way. Let's play more. Let's play more. Laughing innocently, she pointed her gold staff at Rosa as she begged for mercy. When she did, Rosa glittered gold and rapidly began to shrink. She shrank down to the size of a real butterfly. Then gold wings sprouted from her back and she joined her fellow gold butterfly. What the fuck is it? However, while a human body could withstand that wind, it was a different matter for a butterfly's body. The gold butterfly, Rosa, was invited to dance by each gale of wind, and she spun in circles around the rose garden. No! No! Ah. As her dance wore her out, she was caught by a gentle bed. It was a soft knit hammock in the shadows beneath the roof of the arbor. The owner of that hammock lumbered into view, welcoming its rare guest who had wandered in on the night of a storm. That owner, which should have been small enough to crush in the palm of your hand, now looked as big as the top of a canopy bed to Rosa. Yeah! What a klutz. He got caught in a spider's web. That's so... Okay, spiders are kind of back. This time, it's a dance with a spider. That takes me back. Remember the times we'd find a spider's web and play around by throwing pebbles at it? I've heard that spiders don't chew their prey, but insert their venom, and when the insides melt into a sticky soup, they suck them out. Hey, Rosa, remember? Remember how we'd throw butterflies into the spider's web on purpose to play around by seeing how a spider would attack? I guess you don't remember, do you? This happened before you got into grade school. Make sure you watch closely this time, okay? Very closely. No! Have mercy, Nason! Help me, Nason! That's freaking terrifying. Eek! Ah! This girl's not bad. She truly can use magic at will. Amusing. Amusing. How truly amusing. You feel like laughing too, right, Battler? Right, Battler? Don't fuck with me. Stop it already. What's so fun? You're insane. You're insane. What's so fun about doing something like this? Doesn't it look like she's having a blast? What do you expect? Magic is fun. When I first became able to use magic, I played around a lot. I understand. I understand the kind of game from the bottom of my heart. Looks like I won't be able to share this joy and passion with you, Battler. What a shame, what a shame. If you accept me, I'll teach you magic anytime you want. See? It's hard to describe the joy you receive in the instant you're freed from the shackles of humanity. I want to teach you about it. That joy, that passion. I'd definitely like to see the world of magic you'd give birth to. Just once. Yeah. Isn't that starting to get fun? You've started wanting to use magic, haven't you? It's pretty fun to be a witch, isn't it? Just for you, I'll teach everything. About the joy of flying together in the sky, the joy of diving together through the sea. I want to show you the passion that starts the instant you surpass the bounds of humans, and see how wide your world stretches. Wouldn't that be fun? I don't think they're gonna tell. I think maybe it would be a little disturbing if they told us about Maria getting murdered, so I don't think they're really gonna tell us. We'll see. Maybe not. There was no malice in Beato's expression. It was hard to believe, but she was genuinely enjoying this cruel show, and she wanted to share this appreciation with Battler. Battler was shocked by that hopelessly different sense of values. You're insane. Stop it already, damn it. Virgilia, make them stop this insane farce. What should I do? We exist outside the board. We cannot touch the board itself. Virgilia shook her head apologetically. Her body had already been killed. Did that mean she couldn't interfere in any way? As Beatrice continued to look amused in an insane sort of way, Battler lifted her up by the collar and yelled at her. Does that kind of count as her collar? Or I guess this does. Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Quit messing around, witch. Are you trying to tell me that's Aunt Ava? That's impossible. The Aunt Ava I know might be a bit mean at times, but it's completely impossible that she's the kind of person who'd do something this cruel. This is all part of your deception. Don't toy with Aunt Rosa. Don't toy with Aunt Ava. Stop this farce right now. I told you, I'm not the one playing with Rosa anymore. Like I said, that's the new Beatrice. Is it really so terrible you have to squeal like that? You're also pretty fond of stuff like this, aren't you? You actually have just a bit of interest in magic and... Ouch! What are you doing? He slapped her? You can't hit a woman, Battler. That's fucked up. How hard did he slap her? I hope he slapped her really freaking hard. Beatrice didn't know why he had done something like that to her, and a surprised expression rose to her. He just starts beating the shit out of her. Revive this! Revive this! Why hasn't Battler just tried, like, throwing a punch? Battler especially couldn't forgive that expression, and he roared. Ah! You call this amusing? What's wrong with your head? Die! Go slice your head to bits and look inside. You'll see there's nothing there. Stop it. Right now, stop this disgusting farce. I won't forgive you. How could you do something so cruel? I've sometimes thought you could be a bit funny, but I'll never make that mistake again. You're just a monster who's cruel on all levels. Don't show yourself in front of me. Never again. I won't accept you. I won't talk with you. I don't even want to look at your face. Did you hear me? Don't show yourself in front of me. Disappear. What the fuck? Did Battler just cast a spell on her ass? The instant Battler screamed, the power that resisted the witch became a red wall and knocked Beato onto her butt. Oh, whoa. What are you talking about? Isn't it an interesting show? She spoke defensively, but the target of those words, Battler, was no longer there. His figure had suddenly disappeared into the darkness. But Beatrice looked displeased and continued trying to explain herself. It's not as though I'm completely blind to where you're coming from, but this is nothing more than an innocent prank, isn't it? No matter how you kill them, they'll always be brought back to life in the end, right? I thought humans were creatures who say, all's well that ends well. Oh, whoops, I clicked off. Hey, teacher. There was no reason for him to get so angry, right? She was hoping for approval, but Virgilia simply faced her with an indifferent expression. To Beato at that moment, even an exasperated look would probably have been better. You're fucking nasty, ho. I have nothing in particular to say. If you think this is fun, you can keep watching as long as you want. Call me when it's over. I will vanish until then. Following Battler's lead, Virgilia vanished into the darkness. Beato, who was now completely isolated and didn't have a clue what was going on, felt like they were making her out to be the bad guy. Yeah. What's wrong? Isn't it an amusing show? It might be a little vulgar, but it's quite interesting, isn't it? Hey, Ronove. It's nothing to get so mad about, right? Something interesting for you, milady, may not necessarily be interesting for Battler-sama. Does he really hate me that much? I ship them so fucking hard, even more. I really do ship them. Yeah, Beatrice Battler is my ship. Yes, I love my women toxic. Well, certainly we are enemies and opponents this competition. But is our relationship really so bad we can't laugh together at this display? I don't know, I think it's kind of nasty. Since I applauded together with Battler, I thought I could at least laugh together with him. Does he really reject me so much that we can't even do that? He doesn't have to accept that I'm a witch. We're challenging each other in this game, after all. And yet, he won't even look at my face. He won't even talk to me. Beatrice is mimetic. And he'll probably do all he can to ignore me. Am I really hated that much? The moves you made up to this point have been much more than enough to earn his hatred. Even a demon such as myself can understand a bit of Battler-sama's feelings. Damn, bitch, you're really cold. Perhaps you cannot understand because you are especially thick-headed, milady. Shut up, shut up, shut up! Why don't you disappear too? Yes, certainly. Then if you would excuse me. Even Ronove hid himself in the darkness and Beatrice was left alone. The only one in the rainy rose garden. No one ever plays with a lonely witch. And the fact that no one ever does is what makes them a lonely witch. What's going on? Won't anyone play with me? Am I really that weird? That cruel? Someone answer me. Isn't this fun, Rosa? Isn't this fun? Hey, how should we play next? Of course, we should probably play with Maria too, right? Let's all have a friendly walk together, okay? Let's swim in a pot of boiling chocolate. Let's have a picnic in a cake-rising oven. Hey, new Beatrice. Can you, like, tone it down? If that's what she asked her to do, I'm afraid to laugh my ass off. Behind the witch that was continuing her mad banquet, Beato showed herself. The expression was very rare for her. It was somehow restrained, unreliable, miserable. Please ask her to turn it down, predecessor Beatrice Sama. Please ask her to just tone it down a couple notches. That would be so funny to me. Were you watching? The power of magic is truly wonderful. Until now, I never thought it'd be so fun to be reborn as a witch. It's like playtime that never ends. Come on, let's play together, predecessor Sama. But first, wait for a second, okay? I cooked the two of them to death in an oven, so I had to revive them again. They're like bread rising from yeast. Like cookies expanding in an oven. Listen to what I'm saying. Well, isn't that enough for the sacrifice of the second Twilight? Of course, there are no rules regarding how you kill them, but maybe you shouldn't toy with them any more than that. Could you just, like, turn it down, Ava? You're a bit too crazy. What are you saying, predecessor Sama? I heard from Ronave a short while ago. Isn't your magic much more wonderful, cruel, and crazy? That Halloween party where candies poured out of 6 people's stomachs was truly wonderful. So maybe I'll act out Alice's tea party and invite everyone to a tea party. I don't think that's the first time Alice in Wonderland has been mentioned. No, it's been mentioned before. I actually don't know a lot about Alice in Wonderland. Even though that stupid freaking rabbit pointing in the clock meme is, like, everywhere right now. One pill makes you larger, and one pill makes you small. I wonder if I could do it as wonderfully as you. Oh my gosh, that face is awful. I wonder if I could be cruel in my own pop cute style. Bleh. Now that I think about it, all fairy tales are cruel, aren't they? Now that I'm a witch inside one of those fairy tales, I finally understand. I have also sometimes thought that in the past. I might have gone a little too far. Well, I think that as the Golden Witch, it's probably best to show a little elegance. I don't get what you're saying, predecessor Sama. But there's one thing I do understand. No matter how hard I try now, I'm no match for how cruel you are. I gotta try much, much harder. I've gotta become more cruel and become an excellent Golden Witch. But like I've said, you've already done enough here. Anyways, this is like an order from me as your predecessor. That's enough for the second Twilight. I'll show you how it's done. Stand back and watch. Yes, predecessor Sama. I can't wait to see what brutal, cruel, and disgusting method of killing you use. The new witch grasped the sides of her skirt and gave a graceful bow, stepping back as an expectant gaze rose to her face. She was expecting an even more cruel magic that surpassed even herself. Well, speaking of that, you're only half a witch if you can only kill with methods like that. I shall show you an elegant way to kill, worthy of the Golden Witch. When Beato waved her pipe, seven colors of snow poured out, reviving Rosa and Maria. Compared to how the new Beatrice had done it a short while ago, it was slightly gentler. It was probably gentler than how Beato had done it herself up until now. Rosa's consciousness had already grown dim from the pain of so many repeated deaths. This is so fucked up. But so, she pleaded that her daughter be spared. Please, have mercy. Even if it's just Maria, have mercy. Mama, Mama! Sorry, my disciple just, acted without restraint for a bit. Forgive me. Beatrice! Wow, wow! When Maria realized it was the real Beatrice, she jumped onto her. You promised, right, Beato? You promised you'd take me to the Golden Land, right? There I'll be friendly with Mama, and everyone will laugh together. You promised me you'd take me there, right? Yeah, shit changed. About that, I could no longer keep that promise. Because someone appeared who could solve it. And I am no longer the Golden Witch Beatrice. So sorry. I can no longer keep my promise with you. Why? Why? You promised. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. So at least an apology for not being able to keep my promise. I'll give you a quiet sleep. Never be disturbed again. Oh! She's gonna die like the way Canon and Shannon did. I think maybe I should pay attention more to how they're dying. Maybe if we're still playing by the what if one of them died like in an accident? What if it was Genji? Beato embraced Maria with a loving expression on her face. Then softly yeah, it is gonna be like the same. A red bruise appeared on Maria's neck. It was a very gentle bruise. Its redness grew bit by bit, and when it distinctly formed itself into the shape of a hand, Maria's neck tilted suddenly, peacefully as though she had fallen asleep. Maria! Maria! Sorry. I won't apologize that you were the sacrifices for the second Twilight. That is simply your fate. However, I must apologize for the vulgar way which we were offered as sacrifices. This is your final sleep. Never again will it be disturbed. Beato softly, gently lifted her finger, as though touching the empty air in front of her nose. When she did, a light breeze lifted up, making Rosa's body dance like a feather. Then Rosa's body floated softly. Oh my fucking god. She's gonna drop her on the freaking fence? What the fuck? Rosa fence arc? Rosa truly was the fence sitter of the Ushiromiyas. Never willing to take a side in their arguments. Now she's sitting on the fence for real. With its spear-shaped prongs. Blech. What the fuck? What's a medulla oblongata? Why do I feel like that's been mentioned before? Or have I just been watching too much House? I feel like the medulla oblongata was mentioned before. Connects the brain to the spinal cord and trains vital autonomic functions like breathing, heart rate, and blood pressure. Also manages reflexes such as swallowing, coughing, sneezing, and vomiting. Okay. Who the hell pinged me? Hold up, sorry, somebody pinged me on Discord. Benevolently, without toying with her, in a single blow, Rosa's life was snapped out. Compared to the earlier, innocent yet cruel event. How was that innocent yet cruel? It seemed to be over much too fast. Oh, was she not impaled on the fence? Oh wait, no, the spear of the fence. Okay, no, I was wrong. I'm a little confused though. Like, did she? Ugh, I don't want to describe the details. Ugh. It looked just like a doll shaped like Rosa was leaning against the fence, but she had passed away. And now Beatrice wants us to suspect that Ava did it. Well, something like that should do the trick. Beato acted proud, but the new witch wore a blank expression, almost as though it was an anticlimax. Then she said it out loud. It's kind of plain. Not at all like the predecessor Sama Ronove told me about. Well, you must use magic with dignity, right? If it's, too, dignified, that isn't very elegant. Even though you're lucky enough to have the magic do wonderful things endlessly. Hey, don't complain. The Path of the Golden Witch cannot be completed in a day. We're still incomplete until you finish the 10th Twilight. For now, stay quiet and follow my instructions. Got it? What happened to your answer? Your answer. Sure. Sure. Very well. That will do. Oh my god, I can't. How? It's not a closed room though. Are they gonna make it a closed room? Or I guess it's gonna be. Is it gonna be like a reversed closed room where the? Nope, not gonna think about it right now. Or I guess all the Ushira Miyas were locked inside. I don't know. I think all this can be it can be explained with like Maria's neck just does that sometimes, and Rosa just tripped on her way back. Yeah, her neck just does that. You still have to kill 5 people. You should probably do it without toying with them too much, with beauty and dignity, and with at least a little restraint. Okay. But Ronave told you about how I did it. That was a bad example. You mustn't use that as a model. Engrave that onto your heart. Yes, predecessor Sama. That is such a long word. Aliana the Starbard, you hit me with the hello again, but you're hitting me at the first time chatter, so I'm feeling a little. So I don't know who you are. You could be anybody. New accounting. Oh, okay. I think I know who you are. Thank you for following. Once again. I'm doing alright. I'm just trucking my way through Umineko. A good answer. Ronove, the seven stakes of purgatory arise. Oh, what is she gonna do with the stakes? Yes, milady. I, Ronove, am here. Lucifer of Pride right here. Up until this point, I've been a little flashy, but, well, the dignity of the Golden Witch is also important. And about that, as Roneve laughed at Beato's uncharacteristically flustered speech, he summed it up for her. Certainly. From now on, we'll be careful to act in a graceful way, in a graceful manner, suitable for the name of the Golden Witch. I wonder what that's gonna mean going forward. I wonder what the deaths are gonna look like. Even the seven sisters of purgatory will reform their bad behavior up until now. Yeah, you could share some good news. And we shall espouse to perform our task in the quickest possible manner. Would that be acceptable, milady? I bought my first gun in a month, an A38 revolver. Oh, it's one of those. Smith and Wesson. Wesson. Wait, it's Wesson? I thought my whole life it was Smith and Weston. I'm gonna. That's cool. I don't really know anything about guns. Canada gun laws. My advice to you is to keep it in a very safe and locked box at all times, except if you're taking it out to the range. This is about this whole family, this Ushira Mia family. They're so unsafe with guns. It's hilarious. They point them at each other. It's not working out for these guys. So unlike this family, you should be safe with your guns. This has been a PSA from me. The more you know. That's it, more or less. Everyone, take it to heart. Okay? Yes, certainly. That's all I wish to say. You may leave now. Certainly. If you would excuse me. Excuse us. Oh, wait, I gotta. I just wonder what this is gonna mean going forward for the rest of this episode. Like, are they not gonna be like. I guess, like, forensically, what is it gonna mean for the bodies? Ellipses. Well, that's all I wanted to say. So, take care as you move forward, understand? Act with dignity and, restraint, okay? Give it your all. I'll be watching over you. Acting awkwardly until the very end, Beato left that message and immediately became a cloud of gold butterflies, hiding her from the empty air. Maybe it'd be more accurate to say she vanished in a hurry because she couldn't keep up the conversation. Beatrice got put on her ass so bad. After that, all that remained was Maria's corpse, lying down and pounded by the rain. Rosa's corpse, propped up by the fence and staring at the sky. Is it like going through her whole brain and it like slid and she like was so impaled by it that she like slid down through her skull and it's like ugh. That's so freaking disgusting. God save me. I'm freaking traumatized. Oh shit, whoops. Oh, I clicked off, my bad. I'm a little lost right now. Where's my channel? Here's my channel. Cool. Alright, back to reading. Show some restraint, you say. Her expression looked just a little bored. There was a popping sound. That was probably her clicking her tongue. She's clocking it. Ellipses. What a boring person. I'm afraid of Ava Beatrice as fuck right now. Leaving that last sentence behind, she once again vanished into the empty air. I wonder when Battler's gonna find it. Because they didn't tell anybody they were going. They just fucking left. I think... Oh shit, I didn't look at how long had passed. It's late now, though. It looked like it was about 9? So did everybody really go that long without looking for them? Honk. Schnoo. Whew. Looks like she's finally calmed down. Hideyoshi wiped his own forehead. For a time, Ava had seemed to be having a very painful nightmare, but it appeared she'd finally fallen asleep. As promised, he still gripped Ava's hand. He'd thought it might be time to let go pretty soon, but he faithfully continued to hold on. God, I fucking love Hideyoshi. Hideyoshi's such a wife guy. He's such a fucking wife guy. Every once in a while, his hand would get tired, and he would switch between his right and his left. Dude, he's switching him out. I get that feeling. Oh my god. But even so, as promised, he didn't let go of her hand. At that time, there was a heavy knock. Ava had finally been able to fall asleep, so Hideyoshi grimaced for just an instant. Anaki, Hideyoshi-san, sorry. Is Rosa there? It was Rudolph's voice. What could it be? Hideyoshi headed for the door, hiding his footsteps so he wouldn't wake Ava. Okay. So Rudolph's the one that's looking. It was definitely Rudolph's voice, but just in case, he opened the door without removing the chain. That's like a parallel to his freaking first death. What is it? Something happened to Rosa-san? We can't find Rosa or Maria-chan. I thought they might be with you. I heard her scolding Maria-chan in the corridor. I got quiet after that, so I thought they'd gone back to the lobby, but did they? That idiot. Rudolph clicked his tongue. Okay, that's kind of weird that, like... Okay, it's kind of weird that Ava Beatrice, like, pops her, like, clicks her mouth, and then Rudolph clicks his mouth. I don't know. Other people could be seen in the corridor. Rosa hadn't returned for a while after going out into the corridor, so they'd begun to worry. Near the front door, Natsui pointed at the unset chain. The chain isn't set! Oh, okay, so it wasn't a closed room then. The chain isn't set. They must have gone outside to see that rose after all. How extraordinarily careless to go out and leave the door unlocked. A troublesome person. Bro, she's missing! I hate this family. I hate this family, actually. I hate him. I hate fucking Krause. He's not said any... Okay, I'm 78 fucking hours in this game, and this motherfucker has not said one kind, positive, thoughtful thing. He's always just being a fucking asshole, and I'm sick and tired of it. He is such a dick. He's never nice. I'm more worried about Rosa-san and Maria-chan themselves. Yeah, thank you, Kairi! Fucking son of someone standing on business. Right. Hey, brats. Where was this rose of Maria's? I'm pretty sure it was in the flower bed right in the middle of the rose garden. If that's where they are, we should be able to spot them pretty quickly if we go. Dad, shouldn't we bring them back here as soon as we can? Of course. We'll bring them back and give them a good spanking. Very cool, Rudolph. I'll dash out there and come back. Don't go by yourself, Rudolph, please. Dad, I'll go with you. Don't be stupid. It's obviously a brat's job to watch over the house of Mama. I freaking hate... Never mind, I actually think Rudolph's fucking hilarious. I changed my mind. What is it? Did something just happen? Sorry, did I wake you up? It seems Rosa-san took Maria-chan outside. How reckless of her. Rosa and Maria-chan are outside? In the rose garden? That's right. Oh, did you hear? Maria was causing a ruckus because she wanted to see this rose. They mustn't. They mustn't go to the rose garden. Tell Rosa to stop. There's no telling her to stop now. It looks like they left a while ago. Seriously, how reckless of them. That's not it. Not the rose garden. There's a witch there, and she's waiting for a sacrifice. Rosa, you mustn't go. Ava cowered again, holding her head. Her complexion looked very bad. What is it? Did the fever make you dream something bad? It's a dream. Yes. In the rose garden, the witch doing that to... What the fuck? She saw that? Did she see Battler and Beatrice? Or did she just see... Or did she even, like, see... Not even Beatrice is really the issue, but, like, did she see, like, Ghost Battler? I love how basically regular Battler isn't really a character, and, like, Ghost Battler is the main character. There's somebody told me, like, when I finished episode 1 that they had, like, a specific name for them. Like, out of body, like, spirit Battler or whatever. I don't remember what it was. That's right. Oh wait, it's Ava. That's right, it's a dream. It must be... Calm down. I'm here in this room, and the chain is set. The shutter's closed on the window, and we've even got a gun. Meta, thank you, that was it. Meta Battler. This room is just like a fort. There's nothing to be afraid of. Hideyoshi beat his chest. I'm imagining he's doing it like a gorilla. Trying to calm her, but Ava's insecure expression didn't change. Under the covers, Ava kept praying that the grotesque nightmare she'd had was only a dream. Do I have another soda in the fridge, or did I already drink it? I'll find out later. I don't really feel the urge to get up. I did have some water though. This is gonna be so fucked. This is the first time we get to see dead Maria. This shit's gonna be sad as fuck. Oh god. What the fuck? Died in the rose garden with her medulla oblongata pierced by the spear-shaped part of the fence. If Maria's death hadn't been a clear homicide. I have way too much fucking ADHD for this fucking game. It's so bad. This is such an ADHD detective playthrough. A clear homicide. It may have been possible to suspect an accidental death in Rosa's case. This woman was the human sacrifice for the birth of the new witch. Oh! She was strangled? That's so fucked up. I'm so depressed right now. Where the fuck is Dr. Nanjo in all this? Why do I keep suspecting... every now and then when I don't... I feel like when I don't know what to do, I suspect Dr. Nanjo. This is so fucking upsetting. When in doubt, suspect Dr. Nanjo. He serves a very unique conundrum in this narrative. I'm so freaking depressed. This is unreal. Strangled Maria? What is the circumstantial evidence that's going to make it reasonable to assume that she was killed after Rosa? Because, like, what they showed us happening with, like, the magic and shit was that Rosa died first. Or we know that Maria died first. What the fuck? In the center of the rose garden, Rudolph identified the corpses of Rosa and Maria. Oh, he carried them both there? That's so sad. Rudolph identified the corpses of Rosa and Maria. After that, he returned to the guest house, called for help, and carried both of them into the guest house. If we can trust Nanjo's examination... Oh, he lifted her off the fence. That's horrible. Bart Simpson? What? Oh, I never watched The Simpsons. I only watched Futurama. I'm sorry. I've got to be like the only person who's not seen The Simpsons and who has seen all of Futurama. Well, not all of Futurama. I haven't seen new Futurama. I was like 14. Was a stab to the medulla oblongata, which with the pointed gate at her defense. Oh, the gif where Homer strangles him. Yeah. It is thought that Maria's death was due to strangling with bare hands. Can't they look at the size of the hands? I feel like that would be very helpful information. However, due to the devil's proof, we cannot discount a misdiagnosis. It's actually candy. I will say in red. Rosa and Maria died. The causes of the death were as Nanjo diagnosed. Hold up, I'm gonna take some notes. Start a new page. Rosa and Maria's death. Hits and happened in the reverse order of what we saw happen with Magic and Beatrice and shit. That is, I did type and shit. Let's see here. This is Maria was strangled. Beatrice. They are dead. Notes. Make notes is correct. She wasn't eaten by a spider, nor was she crushed by a mountain of cake. Don't worry. So you argue that even though you toyed with their death so much, it's all fine because the corpse is neat and clean? I definitely won't forgive you. I definitely won't forget all about the brutal treatment you gave Aunt Rosa. So I won't forgive you. Like I said, that wasn't me. Yeah? What about whenever you fed her fucking family to her? What about then, Beatrice? What the... She's such a hypocrite. It's insane. I can't wait till she gets her shit kicked in. She deserves to die. I believe I gave them a much more peaceful death than the way she treated them. Shut the fuck up. I'm not talking to you. It was stated that there are no more than 18 people on this island. Now that 8 people are already dead, we can narrow the field of suspects down to 10. One of them probably killed those 2. That's how you reward a free meal. Could it also be an accidental death? Like Maria was having a tantrum and when Rosa... I don't know, Battler, maybe. Stop crying! Just strangles the life out of her. Is she gonna say in red that Rosa didn't kill Maria? That would be super interesting if she said that. Then she was so upset that she slipped and fell, landed on the fence, and unluckily died. What if there was a sniper in the helicopter who shot Rosa with a giant fence gun, and somebody came behind, jumped down from the helicopter, and tattooed Maria with some hands on her neck, and then hit her with some Novichok nerve gas to kill her? I think that would make perfect sense to me. Now you might ask, how did they get through the typhoon? Aliens. It's that simple. Has Battler never considered aliens? Yes. Do I think aliens committed this murder now? For the bit? Yes. Say it in red text, Beatrice. Aliens are real. How's that? There's no need for a witch or magic. Well, that's not quite true. Actually, Rosa and Maria... Shut up. Didn't I say I wasn't talking to you? You're an eyesore, so disappear, you monster. Battler said that without rage, but with a horribly cold voice. Their relationship is in a rough spot right now. They just need to kiss and make up again with some good fucking cross-examination. I just need to see these two kiss. That's gonna be really weird if my theory that she's their grandma is true. Or his aunt. That strange behavior was something Beato had noticed right off the bat. In a fight, both of them could go at each other without restraint. However, he wouldn't even step into the ring. She could feel that coldness. Beato didn't find that amusing. She thought about flaring up, but she held back. Maybe even though she was innocent and childish, she had enough sense to realize that she shouldn't pick fights. Character development. Is that so? Then I'll vanish. Ronove, continue for me. Certainly. That be satisfactory, Battler-sama? There are no problems with her proposal. Battler-kun doesn't want to see Beato's face. Perhaps that will do. Do what you like. If I can live without seeing that monstrous face, I don't care about anything else. Hey, wait a sec. Why do I... Wait a second. You keep saying monster, monster, but isn't that a cruel way to speak of me? Why do you instinctively hate me so much, Battler? She's a fucking troll. She's trolling if she's asking that fucking question. Do you really have to freaking ask that? Beatrice, let's just use some fucking goddamn common sense. I'm so pissed at her fucking antics. Even though none of that was me, even though it was all the work of my... This is so bullshit. She is so coping. Beatrice, this is all freaking been caused by you. Like within a meta-narrative sense. It's not like I'm mad about what happened just now. It's not like I'm only mad about what happened just now. It's been like that since from the very beginning. Hey, Battler, don't misunderstand, okay? I keep clicking off. I'm such a numbskull. Aren't we just a pair of players confronting each other through a game? Oh, they need to kiss. We look for moves to make things painful for each other, but... And though, like, Kinzo's Battler theory is kind of back on the table, I'm afraid. Because they're playing chess just like her and Kinzo used to play chess. Maybe yep. No, am I really gonna say it's back on the table? I'm looking at it. It's like a nice little dessert on my fucking plate that I just don't want to touch until I know I'm full with the regular meal. I don't hate you because you're my rival. You know, it's this strange game about whether I accept you as a witch or not. I just can't forgive how senselessly cruel you are. Well, serial murders are a part of this game. It's probably impossible to avoid a little cruelty. Except you've killed Shannon 3 fucking times. That's pure evil. I'm not just talking about what just happened. There was the last time when you made me kiss your shoes, and the time before that, too. Tearing everyone's stomachs open and stuffing them with sweat sweets, plowing their faces. What's the point of all that? That's... Well... When it comes to a closed-room murders and tricks and alibis, I'm willing to give you a pass if you want to claim that this is a murder done by magic. So I'll grudgingly accept that those complicated crimes... This is kind of just... This is so much different than the other scenes. Like, usually it's the, oh my god, Beatrice, how could you do this? Ha ha ha, I'm so evil, Battler. Surely you can't solve all this fucking bullshit I've set up. But now it's just like, damn, Beatrice, you're kind of fucked up and you're a shitty person. Who would want to believe her? Who would want to believe in Beatrice existing if they knew how fucking evil she was? Not Maria. Bring back Battler naked on a leash! Battler puppy plays back on the table, boys. I can't believe that word just fucking... I can't believe that just exited my mouth. I'm so humiliated. He's... I fucking hate this game. This game is like making me insane. I'll grudgingly accept those complicated crimes need to occur. But what exactly is the point of all those grotesque murders? Well... Nothing much. That's right. They don't mean anything. You're just fooling around by mangling the corpses for fun. That has nothing to do with whether you're a witch or whether you could or couldn't be done with magic. You're just exploring the depths of cruelty for fun. This isn't about whether you're a witch or anything like that. There are just some things I can't forgive as a human. What do you mean, as a human? For example, the 6 people the first Twilight for this game? Well, other than Grandfather being burned black, the other corpses were killed in a normal way. Without any unnecessary shaming of the dead. Yeah, it's because freaking... Is he gonna figure out that that was Ronove? And that wasn't her? That was Ronove who organized that? It wasn't clear whether the weapon was a spear or a gun, but anyway, as far as the killing goes, that was acceptable. It was much better than the nonsensical grotesqueness and cruelty from the first Twilight last time, or the time before that. Oh shit. Okay, no, I'm good. I thought there was something wrong. And this time, there were 6 closed rooms tied together to make a closed room chain. That was sort of interesting. Oh, that's so sweet, Battler. When we were going back and forth with each other that time, to be perfectly honest, I thought it was just a little fun. You were frantic to make me accept your existence, and I was frantic to deny it. What if they just decide they don't care anymore? That neither of them has anything to gain from proving the others the methods by which a murder could occur? We were both frantically doing all we could. This may sound weird, but I felt a faint sense of sportsmanship between the two of us. We exist in... What? So what exactly changed this time, Battler? Like, what changed? Was it seeing people die in regular ways that made you realize that she's fucked up? I mean, I feel like Act 2 is about miracles, Episode 2, and Episode 3 seems like it's about certainty. I don't know. That's like my working theory about like at least analyzing this game. We exist in conflict, but I faintly thought that we might be not completely unable, that we might not be able to, We exist in conflict, but I faintly thought that we might not be completely unable to understand each other's existence. Nailed it. But just now, that feeling was blown away without a trace. That's what you're misunderstanding. It wasn't me. That's not it. That's not what I'm talking about. You watched Aunt Rosa being killed horribly over and over. You sneered at it like it was an interesting show. When I saw that, I was deeply disappointed in you. So why wasn't he disturbed by the time, like, Shannon died or Cannon died? Like, both times around. When I realized that your decision to kill them in a slightly better way this time was nothing more than a faint whim, and nothing had changed in your cruel character, I was deeply disappointed. On the contrary, you were even genuinely enjoying those brutal deaths. You weren't just acting as cruel as you could to bully me. You truly, genuinely enjoy cruelty. Your character lets you enjoy it. Your character. You'd said I'd probably think that Aunt Rosa being brutally killed over and over again was fun. You weren't joking. You enjoyed it from the bottom of your heart, wanted me to sympathize, and probably said that I'd think... Battler is an incompetent person. I guess that means Battler really doesn't have the tools to solve this murder, though, if he is incompetent. Makes me think he's gonna lose. In that instant, I lost respect for you and realized the truth. The problem isn't whether you're a witch or not. I will not forgive that cruelty of yours. I can't understand it. I can't forgive it either. Still, I'll continue this game of whether or not to accept or deny witches. I won't step down and accept my own defeat. However, your pointless cruelty is absolutely unnecessary for that game. So I've decided that I won't accept you as my opponent. Ronove is 100 times better! She's gonna be so mad. She's gonna be so freaking miffed at him, at Ronove. Ronove's playing his own freaking game. I've said that from the start. Ronove has his own freaking agenda, and maybe it's to, like, usurp Beatrice, like, in some way. This is so good. He doesn't have the same cruel hobby you do. Even if he does, he doesn't have that awful taste to show it off in front of me. That's right, you have awful taste. You're heartless and cruel, so you can't understand. That's unpleasant in an opponent. So I don't want to see your face. He's, like, so fucking with her so bad right now. As Battler went on and on by himself, Beato was shocked into silence for a long time. Maybe she couldn't understand what she was being told. And this was a sign that she was doing all she could in an effort to understand. For a while, she kept switching between angry expressions, frustrated expressions, bold expressions, as though she herself didn't know what attitude she should take. It looks like she settled on bold. In the end, she made her face into a candid expression, as though she had come to her senses, then shrugged her shoulders as though she was tired. In that case, do as you'd like. As from now on, I'll continue the game through Ronobe. You have no complaints as long as I don't show myself, right? For the time being. But I definitely won't forgive all your cruel actions up until now. And I definitely won't accept you. For that reason as well, I won't back down from this fight you've picked. I definitely won't lose. That's all there is to it. Beato, no matter how many more excuses you give, his impression will not waver. I have something to talk about later. Until then, stay back. Indeed. Understood. Then I'll vanish until you call. Looking lonely, Beato turned her back to them and vanished. Battler watched, a slightly displeased expression on his face. He thought his argument had been valid, but for some reason his mood didn't clear up. She's an idiot. That's true. An idiot, and a straightforward one. And that idiot watched Aunt Rosa get killed horribly with me. Then she turned around with a huge smile on her face. She really believed that she could laugh with me at that cruel show. She really believed that I could sympathize with that emotion. Looking at that innocent smile, I just felt horrible. It would have been much better if she said it with her normal bullying face. Milady has never had the experience of having a friend. Oh. In addition, she probably has never had spoken this. She's probably never had something spoken to her that strongly. Madam and I are her attendants. No matter what we say, it will not reach her ears. For Milady, this is also... Don't screw with me. I don't remember ever becoming her friend. That's true enough. My apologies. There is one thing I would like to thank you for. Thank you for not backing down from that child's game. She spoke words of gratitude, but for some reason, Battler made a displeased face. Then, as though in self-derision, he chuckled. Now that I've got... Oh my god, I can't fucking read tonight, I swear to god. Now that I've even got witches and demons thanking me, I'm screwed. Let's resume the game. Of course, I don't intend to go easy on you. I wouldn't have it any other way. Unlike Milady, I do not get agitated. I've already made my move. If we suppose that Aunt Rosa is the culprit and died in an accident, I can deny the witch. I don't want to suspect Aunt Rosa, but I can bear to accept that premise if it'll beat the hell out of Beato. I will deny it with red. Rosa's and Maria's deaths were homicides. Maybe back to elementary. I don't know what G and G means. Gang. Oh. Okay. Let's start from there. Damn, I'm just not getting fired up. Oh, he needs Beatrice to like kind of work him up into like being a deduction lord. Oh, so they kind of have like a Batman and Joker dynamic going, where Battler and Beatrice are like they complete each other. Maybe they should get married. I love them. They'd be such a fucked up toxic couple. That's fucking so hilarious. With Rosa and Maria's deaths, it was now clear the culprit was still hiding somewhere, trying to add even more murders to this chain. As he shed tears, Rudolph scolded Rosa's corpse for being reckless several times, but Rosa would never respond to that again. They decided to place the two corpses in one of the guest rooms and seal it until the police arrived. The second murder, no, the murder of the second Twilight had delivered a heavy blow to everyone. It had blown away the optimism that some of them had held. The thought that a crime didn't actually occur and it was all a game or a farce by Kinzo and the servants, trying to distract themselves from the loss of the people they liked. George and Jessica had spent the whole time since morning talking about every possibility. And they had distracted their hearts by supposing that these murders might actually have all been an act. And that Shannon and Cannon were only pretending to be dead. Surprise! When the next murder occurred, it destroyed that thought. And they were once again struck by the fact that the person they liked had most definitely been killed. The tears they thought that had died away began to drip down once more, and Battler couldn't think of anything to say to them. There's not been a lot of Battler dialogue this episode at all. Like, game Battler, not meta Battler. It's been a lot more focused on, like, Ava, especially Ava, Rosa. Kyrie got some more time, which I really like to see, and I really want to see more Kyrie. After that, all the adults checked that all the rooms were safe and locked, just in case. They made certain that the shutters on all the windows were down and locked, and they confirmed that no one suspicious was hiding anywhere. On top of that, they checked their weapons once again, and checked with each other to make sure they were mentally prepared so that they wouldn't hesitate to fire off a preemptive shot if they saw the shadow of a mysterious person. Rosa's gun had been found near the scene of the crime. Was it shot? Was there any, like, gunpowder on her hands or anything? I guess they would have heard it. Someone had gone out of their way to leave it there. Wait, where was it? Okay, near the scene of the crime. So everyone suspected it was some kind of trap. Had they gone out of their way to leave it there? Or could it just have been that they didn't... Why would they hide it? But when Hideyoshi directly used a fire iron to fire off test shots, it was able to discharge without incident. What is a fire iron? Fire iron. Oh. It's like one of those little metal hook thingies. It has a little thing you can use that would be able to pull a trigger. Okay. Five shots. Yeah. Since the 5 shots loaded into it had discharged without any problems, they reloaded the bullets and handed it over to the only adult male who wasn't armed, Hideyoshi. I have a gun now. I'm gonna shoot you guys. However, the fact that it had been able to fire off 5 shots gave rise to a certain paranoia. This short-barreled Winchester could only hold 5 shots. Could hold only 5 shots. In other words, Rosa hadn't fired even once. And yet, the two had probably been killed by someone with their bare hands. They were mauled by a bear. There's a bear on Rokonjima. This meant that there was a possibility that their crime has been committed by someone whose face they knew. I don't like that idea, actually, so, When the first murder... Fuck yes, more Kyrie. When the first murder occurred, I privately thought of the possibility that was all an act. My apologies to Dr. Nanjo, but if he actually had been an accomplice, I thought the deaths of all the servants might possibly have been a massive, elaborate act by Father. It was the wolves. It was Legoshi from Beastars who strangled them. Anime crossover time. After all, the closed room situation that they were in couldn't have been created unless we supposed that was all an act. We also suspected that. No, I still want to believe that's the case. My apologies, but that is not so. I'm quite old. I might possibly make a misdiagnosis. However, his face is so weird. However, I would never mistake whether they are alive or dead. Unless they swallowed like something out of Romeo and Juliet. Like their hearts are so slow, like hypothermia. Hypothermia. I get it. Don't go out of your way to say out loud that, you know. My apologies. They had no way of knowing, but Beato had already used the red to proclaim the deaths of the 6. No, the deaths of all the victims so far in this game. That faint dream that was all a farce? The victims were actually alive? I'm sorry to say, but that's impossible. In that case, it makes more sense to assume it's someone familiar with the mansion. That's what I've been saying the whole fucking game. Someone hiding around and carrying out a really well-polished crime. Are they gonna go? They need to go to Kuadorian. I don't know why they haven't tried to look for Kuadorian. Because if I were them, I would think the gold is at Kuadorian. And maybe, sure, they don't have it as well confirmed as... Well, Rosa did. That'd be all the more reason to go to Kuadorian. Because Rosa confirmed that she was there. Why don't they go there? I would freaking go there, fucking, like, port torches and fucking pitchforks, and I would freaking see whether she was a duck or not. Oh my god, you just dropped a Twitch Prime sub! I get $2.57 of that if I make another $40. But thank you. But you don't get ads now. That's like the good part. The Prime sub. My second Prime sub. Let's fucking go. I get $2.57. Big money. I haven't used mine in like 4 months. I used to be like a... Well, this is a new account, so this isn't like my regular account for Twitch, watching Twitch, or at least it didn't used to be. I have another account with Prime on it, and I was like a Germa sub for like 6 years. Super old head Germa fan. Thank you though. Hold up. Inside the world, there's been more than 18 people here. Of course, I didn't know that either. The claim of Rudolph's has also been denied in red. So there are no more than 18 people on this island. I might have a way to look at it that thing's consistent, at least a little. But I totally butchered that. I might have a way to look at it that keeps things consistent, at least for a little. I just didn't read that right in my head. Simply put, this person in hiding is someone who shouldn't really be on this island right now. Why is Kyrie the fucking smartest one? And yet, there's a likelihood that they were someone Rosa-san knew. Someone she'd let her guard down around. So, for example, couldn't it be a servant who wasn't on this 2-day shift? It's hard to be certain about that one. When our servants finish their work and leave the island, it isn't as though we punch their ticket or something to make sure. If we're supposing that a servant on a shift from a few days ago only pretended to leave the island and actually stayed here. Okay, well, I think I was confused, like, in episode 1, and I think I had convinced myself that the only current servants of the Ushirimiya family were the ones that were, on the island, but maybe I was wrong. I don't really think it's that big of a deal, but still. It kind of doesn't matter when they said in red there are 18 people on the island, but... I don't think Rosa-san is such a fool. If a servant who wasn't supposed to be here popped up in front of you, who wouldn't be on their guards? I'm not even sure we should be assuming that it was someone she recognized. Maybe they suddenly attacked Rosa from the darkness and were about to steal her gun. Then Rosa fell, hit her head on the fence, and stopped moving. I really like that explanation. The guest house was nearby, and they wanted to avoid the sound of gunfire, so they killed Maria-chan with their bare hands. There's also that possibility. Still, even if that is the case, I don't like it. Their gun makes such a weird noise. I just want to. Wouldn't they really intentionally leave Rosa's gun at the scene of the crime? Would they really intentionally leave Rosa's gun so they wouldn't just take it with her? We don't know what the culprit's armed with, but they've got to feel insecure about our guns. Wasn't that a perfect chance for them to thin out our supply? I never thought of it like that. Why would they intentionally leave it at the scene of the crime? Well, it was time sensitive. You never know when somebody could be watching from outside. Still, it almost makes me wonder if the person who did it knew Ava and Hideyoshi were in their room. The kids were all with each other. This makes me suspect Nanjo a little more. And all these siblings were with each other. Nanjo's the only guy that's really, like, unaccounted for this whole time. But as simple as it is to say, wouldn't the killer just be, like, wet? Unless they somehow committed 2 murders under an umbrella, I really don't understand. Like, the person who killed them should be wet. And I don't know who else went out into the rain besides Rudolph. Unless they just dried off, but still then, I never thought about that. If you had to suspect one of these 18 people, probably just a plot hole. Yeah. It's just because of the very unique fact that they were killed in the rain. We don't even know if Kumasawa was killed in the rain. Really, not definitively at least. We just know where Kumasawa ended up. Like, all the servants are pretty much unaccounted for what they could have done all that night. All we know is that the 6 were called in there. Well, we don't even really know that for certain. But I think it makes sense. If you want to look at Kinzo as the killer, and maybe, like, Kraus or Natsui. I'm yapping a little too hard. I'm just kind of chewing it right now. Why would they intentionally leave it at the scene of the crime? At first, I thought the gun was a trap. That's what chessboard thinking says it should be. But by purposefully leaving it, they wanted to make one of us touch it. And they must have wanted to make us pull the trigger. I was sure that something dangerous had been done to make it explode and cause massive injuries. But it was actually okay. The culprit probably panicked. I bet that right now they're regretting that they missed their chance to steal a gun. I don't like it. It ticks me off. Like it's a message from the witch saying that she isn't even scared of guns. However, in any event, this is a truly fearsome opponent. Even at a glance, they should be able to tell that Rosa had a gun. To think that they attacked her despite that, I didn't do her voice, but the fact that they are unafraid of guns should not be taken lightly. Indeed, it's as Natsui says, we probably should be even more cautious that we've been here. I've had like 3 voices for Kraus and I've hated all of them. So I just don't, if I don't have a fun voice for a character, I'm just not going to give them a fun voice. But if I look at a character and it's like, I know what their fucking voice is, then it's just going to happen. Or it's with Beatrice and I just give her like multiple voices. This is just for peace of mind, but at the time we think Rosa-san was attacked outside, where was everyone? Natsui and I were here, along with Rudolph and Kairi. I can guarantee their alibis. Ava and I were together. I can guarantee that. George, Anaki, Jessica, and I were together when Aunt Rosa yelled at us to return to the 2nd floor. Can they just, like, like, banish Dr. Nanjo? I don't want to see his ass right now. He just doesn't look too good. When Aunt Rosa yelled at us to return to the second floor, we retraced our steps back to the cousin's room, all dejected. Back then, if we hadn't let Maria go... saying that isn't going to change anything. Dr. Nanjo? I was reading a book in a room on the second floor. I was by myself, so no one can verify my alibi. But I believe everyone saw me return to the second floor with the children. Once I say this, it'll never end. But what if you jumped out the window, attacked Rosa, then climbed back up using a rain gutter or something? Dude, I'm old as fuck and I have a butt head. Look at me. Don't be absurd. How could I perform such a feat as jumping down from the second story or climbing up with this old body? Let us stop suspecting each other. It's more important that we trust each other for the children's sakes. In this place till the very end. You're right. It's like Natsuin-san says. For now, let's stop suspecting each other. That's right. We may be useless as far as searching for the culprit's concerned. We can only stay alive until tomorrow. Inform the police and follow their instructions. Or solve the fucking... Oh, wait. That's right. It doesn't matter. I was really under the impression that if they found the gold, the fucking ceremony would stop. I thought that was the condition for stopping the ceremony, if they found the gold. But we're being told that isn't true. Or at least in the case of this story, isn't true. So what if the murders aren't actually happening to bring back Beatrice? But then why would they be happening? It's almost like the game devs want us to suspect. I don't know. I'm doing a little too much chessboard thinking right now. I gotta stop. Because the police will definitely expose who the culprit is. What is it, Ava? Is your body still feeling bad? Mother, what's wrong? Are you okay? Sorry. It looks like my fever is still strong. I'll be fine, so leave me alone. When they looked, they saw Ava staring at the floor, her breathing harsh again. Her sister's dead. Give her a break. She had been able to act firm for a time due to the urgency of their situation, but it seemed that her body wasn't at its best after all. Yeah, I killed those two. Now we're the only ones who know about the gold. I won't even give up a scrap to the other siblings. She has motive. Ava Beatrice. Fuck Ava Beatrice. What have you done? There was so much of that gold, right? Giving Rosa and the others their share wouldn't have been a problem at all, right? It would. That gold is to be passed on to only to the head of the Ashiramiya family. That's because it, as a whole, represents no more or less than the honor of the head. That's an interesting idea. That's never really been said before. That's never really been the way... The gold itself represents the headship. Okay. To wound that even a tiny bit is definitely not something that I, the new Golden Witch, Beatrice, will permit. Do you plan to continue these murders according to the witch's epitaph? Do you actually plan to become a murderer 5 more times? Yeah. If I don't finish that annoying ceremony, it seems my powers as a witch won't become complete. Hey, me. The power of the witch is really awesome. It really make all the crazy things we imagine become reality. The power to make dreams more than just dreams. Now that I've learned of this power, I can no longer stop being a witch. If I can finish the ceremony and make my power complete, I'm sure I'll be able to teach you that feeling too. Are these 3 assholes gonna survive in like Battler and Jessica? Not even that would be lucky. Who's gonna be the 5 this time? Now that I've learned the power of the witch, I can also stop being a witch. The ceremony and my power is complete. I'm sure I'll be able to teach you that feeling too. Stop acting like a fool. Haven't you played at being a witch enough? We found the gold. We've even been promised the position of the successor. We'll probably need to tightrope walk just a bit, but by now, that's a dream that will definitely come true. Beyond that, what more could you wish for? I wanted to become a witch. I don't give a damn about that dream. That's right. Because I kept holding on to that dream, I lived at this age forever. When you became an adult, you threw that dream away. No matter how long you wait, the rabbit hole in the clock won't visit you. It's literally the fucking meme on Twitter. With the fucking rabbit. And you won't be able to meet Humpty Dumpty. Of course, you won't be invited to the land of cards. Because you gave up and accepted all that you became an adult. Maybe Beatrice is like a dead kid. Like the stuff we used to believe when we were younger, being proven wrong. It's kind of part of growing up. I don't know. So you don't want to become a witch or anything like that anymore? And like they mentioned it before with like Maria at the beach, and that whole idea of her, like, to her believing in witches is like what gives her life meaning. You've even forgotten that it truly was your own dream at one point. Anyway, stop it. I've already gotten my hands on 2 dreams. The gold and the position of the head. I thought she was gonna say her son and her husband for a second. It'd be super sweet and cute. But nope. That's more than enough. So please, your dream has nothing to do with me. Stand down. No way. Magic's too interesting. Also, those 2 dreams of yours both came true because of my magic. It wouldn't be fair if my dreams didn't come true too. I'm grateful for your magic, and I acknowledge that you're a real witch, so just stand down and return to the inside of my heart. This shit's fucking crazy. And never appear again. No way. We're both misunderstanding each other, aren't we? That's right. I am not you anymore. You are Shinomiya Eva. I am the Golden Witch, Beatrice. So it's not my responsibility to go back inside your heart. Beatrice is mimetic. Beatrice is like a being born of mimetic, like desire and greed. I guess I feel like a butterfly who's broken out of her cocoon, meaning you. The fever is making my mind cloudy. My inexperience of magical power is forcing me to support it with your vitality. Oh, okay. Until I finish the ceremony and become a full witch, you might have to bear the burden. I'll take that as payment for making two of your dreams come true. Tutankhamun. Boom shit. The gold is actually radioactive, and they're all dying of radioactive gold poisoning. And sometimes their necks do just do that. Every time somebody dies, there's always gold butterflies. I'm not over that yet. Nobody just, like, dies without gold butterflies. It's like a total constant in this universe. That was, like, one of the big questions I think I asked. It was definitely in episode 1. What is the significance of the gold butterflies? It's fine. Don't worry, okay? The remaining 5 sacrifices, I'll avoid your family. Yeah. Let's see. Rudolph, Kyrie, Kraus, Natsui. This face is so terrifying. After that, what about that old geezer, Nanjo? I'll kill those 5 people. Could you call this a murder announcement revealed only to you? Eva finally crouched down. Hideyoshi rushed up to her and lent her his shoulder. Are you okay? Let's take it easy and rest. Evil maxing. Are you alright? Dr. Nanjo, take a look at Eva. When Nanjo and George tried to approach, Eva made a gesture to stop them. Thank you. I'm fine, Dr. Nanjo. I'm taking medicine. I apologize for saying this during such an extreme situation, but let me rest a little while longer. Mom, I'll lend a hand too. Thank you, but I'll be fine as long as your father watches over me. Go back to the second-story cousin's room and don't come out no matter what. Understood? No matter what happens, you must not leave the guest house. Outside, that witch will... Don't talk anymore. Sorry, everyone, but I'll be watching over Eva in our room. Tell us if something happens. Hideyoshi and Eva... Yeah, it's gonna be everybody but... Hideyoshi, Eva, George, Jessica, and Battler. They're gonna be the last 5. I guarantee it. Just like she said. Because that way, it's going to be him and these 4 together. Well, these 2 are apart, and these 3 are together. So it's going to line up perfectly, and they don't even realize it. They don't realize that they all actually just need to stay together. Why don't they realize that? However, Ava wasn't the only one who wasn't feeling good. They hadn't gotten a wink of sleep since the previous night and had been pressed by attention since that morning. They were mustering their energy to protect their families. But if they relaxed even a little, surely everyone would be down and out. Everything has gone as planned until now, but from here on out, it will become difficult, you see. Difficult meaning... Indeed. Normally, as the ceremony progresses and the victims increase in number, they begin to tighten their guard. And in most cases, they hole up in one place and stop moving. Plus, this time there was no magic circle. So that doesn't necessarily have to happen every time like that. Okay. That is extremely inconvenient for us. Are you saying that we witches are inferior to a bunch of humans in a group? Yeah, because if they're all together, they can deny. Witches are never inferior to humans. Yeah, I think I'm right. Witches are never inferior to humans. However, perhaps you could say that times change and that humans have gotten their hands on a poison. This wasn't a problem long ago when people believed in witches. It's in belief. The power's in belief. But just like that annoyance battler, people in the current era deny magic on a fundamental level. In other words, their existence itself is anti-magical. As a result, at some point, they grew to possess a toxin inside their bodies that denies magic. In other words, you're saying the more humans there are, the stronger that magic resisting toxin gets, and the greater disadvantage for us witches. The combined amount of power in their hearts that denies magic, in other words, their magic resistance power, becomes the denominator in the equation of your magic's power. Understand? Is that a bit too difficult for you? You're joking. Actually, I understand it easily. In other words, you're saying that the more people there are who don't believe in magic, and the stronger their will is, the more effort of our magics are divided. Yeah, if it's so formulaic, I'll have to rethink my method of attack. Fundamentally, magic possesses a vast power. It can even make a rain of fire fall from the heavens or divide a sea, and reviving a lost life isn't impossible either. However, that power is extremely weak against the toxin that rejects it. And that toxin started piling up in humans ever since the time they've got to respect things sacred. Until, finally, this earth was covered with enough toxin that the miracles of magic could not be displayed. Thus, witches from across the world were chased from their dwellings, and they had been forced to choose to throw away their magic and live as humans, or else live in hiding in remote areas where the toxins of humans couldn't reach. In that sense, Rokenjima, with its population of only a few dozen humans, was extremely favorable for witches. And even more favorable was the existence of the ghost story about the witch who lived on the Rokenjima forest. In other words, by permeating this island with fear that a witch might exist, this is all Kinzo's fault. The magic resisting toxins from the humans was weakened. A small population and room for them to acknowledge magical beings. Everybody thinks like Battler and nobody dies. In other words, minds that were only weakly anti-magical, only by existing in the valley where those two converged, could a witch live in modern times. Yeah, that makes sense to me. I see. So using this formula, we can arrive at several rules for how a witch can use her power efficiently. The first is presentation. Create a murder scene that couldn't conceivably have been done by humans. Decorate it in an occult way. Next, make it look like very much like a witch exists, and permeate people with fear to make them believe that witches exist. As a result, the anti-magic power in the denominator for our magical power will be decreased. And right now, that denominator is still pretty fucking high. But it just got seriously lowered with Rosa and Maria dying. I see. So this is why the creepy magic circles of the first Twilight were created. Yeah, because she didn't create a circle. That's right, exactly. That's totally why I did that. The gaudy scenes for the first Twilight each games are all for that reason. That's so freaking cap. Beatrice, shut the fuck up. Nobody believes that shit. It's definitely not as though I'm like being cruel or I'm doing it for fun. In that case, Predecessor Sama, you failed this time around. You killed them in a very plain way. It doesn't look like anything more than a simple mystery. I heard about last time, and the time before that from Ronove. You should have damaged the corpses more grotesquely, like you did then, making it more like fantasy and instilling fear in those people. Well, about that. But it wouldn't be artful to do that every time, you see? Don't think too deeply on it, it's just a whim. Actually, it really had been her whim. After what Battler had said to her, she couldn't resist to say it out. She couldn't say it out loud anymore. But she really had decided her methods of killing based on mere whims. No, would it be better to say that she had half-heartedly let Ronove decide? I think she did. I think she absolutely let Ronove decide. After all, she left the closed rooms of this game's first Twilight to him. But if she had a cruel idea, then she would surely have explored the limits of atrocity even worse than in the previous game. Yeah, she's just getting soft. You told me to show some restraint when deciding Rosa and Maria's deaths too. But that wasn't a course of action beneficial to us witches either, right? In actuality, by now, none of them believe one bit that a witch actually exists. They're totally sure that it's a mystery, not a fantasy. This is so freaking cool. This is so subtextually cool. This turn of events is a failure from a witch's perspective. A witch perspective. For some reason, you keep doing things in a kind of lukewarm way, Predecessor Sama. Like they say, things you learn when you're young will definitely help you out in the future. This is a test passed on from my predecessor to you. Take it on with respect. Ugh. Beato tried to laugh heartily, but it was obviously the fake laugh of someone trying to cover something up, and the new witch shrugged with a sigh. Why is Ava Beatrice more fucking insane than regular Beatrice? I'm really disturbed by that. I find that really freaking disturbing. At this stage, it's probably too late to create a scene and reduce the anti-magic power. In that case, there's another move. Getting the humans to split up should work. Indeed, that probably is the most effective way. The smaller the number of humans, the more the denominator shrinks. As a result, the magical power functions instantaneously. In other words, it all begins from one point: how to destroy this barricade situation and have them split up into small groups. However, they are already very cautious. The barricade won't be destroyed easily, right? Both the barricade in Kinzo's study 2 games ago and the barricade in the parlor last time were very stubborn. Furthermore, the most cunning of adults still remains. Oh, Kairi! Kairi is the most cunning. It's fucking canon. The situation is more difficult than all the ones before it, understand? I'm such a fucking Kairi fan. She's the fucking smartest one. She's the baddest fucking bitch in the whole fucking game. If you wish, I could give you some special advice. In a closed circle, when the first murder case occurs, the survivors always hole up. Rokenjima itself is a closed room. Gathering together to observe each other and ensure their safety. Funnily enough, not only do mystery authors and murder culprits worry about how to break that situation apart, but so do witches, who supposedly exist at the other end of the spectrum. For a while, the new witch poked her cheek with her pointer finger. And after acting as though she was planning something, she spoke. No, I'm fine. After all, it is a test. I won't borrow your moves. Really? Still, it will be rather difficult to defeat this barricade, right? I've already made my move. I'm pretty sure it'll work. And it'll definitely work on someone smart. Is that so? You really are excellent. I'm pleased to see that my disciple won't be causing me much trouble. Maybe she's gonna lure them to Kuadorian. That would make sense. My motto is to study things before asking other people. Then, if you would excuse me, I have to wait for my prey to get lured out. Indeed. Well then, handle it with care. And the new witch lowered her head. Her face blank, she turned into gold butterflies and vanished. Beato didn't look happy at all. She seemed to be lonely because of how little she was being relied on. Yeah, everybody else in the story is kind of taken over for her. Now she's just kind of like chilling. Like, fuck, Battler doesn't want to talk to me. Ronave's kind of deciding half the murders. Fucking, there's this new Beatrice. There's this old fucking Beatrice. I'm just fucking chopped liver. That's what she's going through. Not one of them gives a fig for me. You witch. Apprentice acting so smart. I bet she'll make some painful mistakes and start crying. Without a doubt, she'll finally realize my greatness and beg me to teach her. Until then, I shall watch from on high. She's so coping and seething. She laughed loudly on the outside, but a laugh no one can hear is completely pointless. Fucking Beatrice is so sad right now. She's all alone. Beato gave up and quickly stopped laughing. Ronave chose that time to show himself. Excuse me, milady. The game of the second Twilight with Battler-sama has ended. I see. Good work. What was the result? My sincere apologies. I was forced to resign. Did we not see it? They talked a little bit about it. They didn't say, like, they said a couple things in red, but they didn't really kind of go into the weeds of how, like, Rosa could have been impaled. And they never even considered the size of the hands on Maria's neck. Like, that to me is like a super big deal. By saying in red, both deaths were homicides. That was the freaking... I made Battler-sama revise his claim of... Okay. But I could not repel his chain of moves, placing Ava as the principal offender. Oh, I guess they were talking off screen. And they're kind of gonna recount it differently. Okay. Wasn't Ava sleeping in her room the whole time as Hideyoshi cared for her? He put forth the possibility that Hideyoshi was an accomplice, and that the two worked together to create an alibi. He even suspects Hideyoshi? Yeah, I've never at once suspected Hideyoshi. Couldn't you have struck back by saying in red that he was in the guest room at the time of the murder? I also thought of that, but multiple important pieces might have been taken several moves later. And because this move might be connected to the new Beatrice Sama's strategy, I acted out of respect to her. My apologies. Strategy, you say? Her mind does seem to be sharp. We can let her do as she pleases. It'll be quite a show to see how far she can go. I thought you would say that. I see that the uncuteness of your disciple has left you in a bad mood. That's none of your business. I wonder how one plans to destroy this barricade going forward. I shall keep a close eye on her. Oh, and... how was Battler's mood? She cares about him! I'm starting to ship them more and more as the game goes on. I really want these two to fucking get together in like a weird, fucked up, toxic, horrible way. This is my enemies to lovers experience. It appeared as though he had calmed himself down. Oh, fucking... he's fucking passing... fucking Ronave's pissing on the hot goss that he said he couldn't get fired up without her. I'm fucking grinning ear to ear right now. He'd say that he couldn't get fired up after all without you as his opponent. Really? That's no surprise. No surprise at all. I don't return for the fourth Twilight, and after, Battler will probably be lonely himself. And with that, if you would excuse me, I need to go bake some delicious cookies. I must at least enliven the discussion between you and Battler-sama, milady. Indeed, that guy really was munching your cookies, wasn't he? It's no surprise that a boy can eat so much. That's my favorite terrible anime trope, is like the guy main character who eats fuck tons of food. Make a lot of them. Certainly. I shall make enough cookies to bury the table. That sounds great. And with that, we are stopping there. This seems like a good place to stop. It has been almost 5 hours, and this has been a very cool, fun stream. I will be back tomorrow. Thanks, Kakach, if you're still here, for subscribing. I really appreciate that. It's super nice of you. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Peace out.